Hello and welcome to PMCO. We're here in Western Europe to kick things off for their chance at the big leagues. It's all to play for here, and we are ready and raring to get stuck into it. My name is John. With me will be Blank, and we'll be running you through the next week of action and a little bit more of that as well. It's going to be great. It's going to be great.
It is going to be fantastic. Obviously, we've got fantastic teams here with us who've already gone through the group stage already to get over towards this one, the qualifiers, and we'll be running over towards those finals in just a week's time. But first, we've got 3 days of brutal action, 24 teams coming right at you. The scoring is going to look a little weird to us, but that's fine just because we've got different groups playing each day. But we'll be doing a wrap up at the end of the day each time to keep you guys in check of who's at the top, who might be behind just a little bit.
Yeah, it's all going to be a little bit uncertain, as we always do have for these group stages at the start, but we'll be getting more into that as we go on. 3 days, 6 maps. I'm looking forward to it, jumping back into the casting for 2026, looking at that road ahead, going towards the bigger events on the horizon as well, that all of these teams are going to be clamoring for a chance to get stuck in towards. So it's definitely an exciting time. For the Western Europe teams as well, there is some pretty solid paths to that qualification that we'll be going over during this period of calm before the matches kick off. But yeah, it is definitely a lot. There's some familiar names, there's some not so familiar names going to be jumping into the fray as we take a look at our format. We're going to be looking at how these teams are going to be competing for the title and for what lies beyond. You can see the PMCO, you can see they've had those in-game qualifiers. We have moved through the group stages. We've had those already. Some money's been given out and into the knockout stages. And then we are going to be looking at those to be completed this weekend, ready for the grand finals.
Okay, so 3 days of action coming at you. The big thing here to take note of is that the top 2 teams of the grand finals will go through to PMGO. Not to mention a pretty juicy cash prize there of $23,000, which is nice to see. But we got to wait for that. We got to wait for that because right now it's going to be the top 16 teams that we're looking at, which will probably be a little bit easier to see who's going to be coming out on top by day 2. For today, we're doing a bit of a litmus test, right? Checking out who is going to be playing fantastically. We know Kodiak did quite well over in those in-game qualifiers through to the knockout stages. Farvoice Gaming, also from France, looking like a little bit of a standout. But here's our event calendar. We've got 3 days here from the 1st on Friday all the way through to Sunday. So it's a nice one, right? We actually get a weekend tournament, so no one can say, oh, I was at work, I was at school. You have plenty of time to watch this one.
Hey, it's time to kick back, relax, and get some PUBG Mobile action into the eyeballs. That's right. That's how we're going to be delivering it to you, but we're going to be delivering some money to our teams playing as well. This is just for the knockout stage, and this is the distribution as you can see it before. Obviously, as Blank was saying before, the main prize is those top 16 spots in the qualification to the next stage of this tournament. But there are some juicy little morsels along the way. You can see first place, $250 there coming on in, and it goes down from there on out. And every single team guaranteed $100 at least for just turning up.
Yeah, at least. One thing I'm excited about is Alpha Esports. It's cool for me to see we got 2 UK players on that team, which is sort of surprising for us here, which would be nice. When ENC does come around, we actually have some players on board. I think it's been about 6 years now with not too much United Kingdom representation, but it's nice to see. Here's our point system. Most of you very, very familiar with this. 10 points for first place, down to 6, down to 5 for third place, and 1 elimination equals 1 point, which is very important in Rondo, where there is plenty of resin going on over there where you can get your hands on some more points. I was actually watching PMPL Indonesia. Very, very fun. Test track completely open. Everyone's just dropping over towards the Neox factory, trying to get all those points. Here are our playing teams for today. It is going to be Group A and Group B going at one another. Some familiar faces, some new faces here for us as well. The ones that you should be looking over towards is definitely Kodiak, a really standout team here. Boss Gaming, it's nice to see these guys coming back. SWAT Europa as well, also not a terrible team. So yeah, I'm overall quite excited to see these guys going at it. It's a lot of fresh blood coming into Western Europe.
I think that for me, Boars Gaming is definitely the front runner, as you highlighted before. There's a lot of pedigree on this team, a lot of players that have played at the very, very top level. Coming up against some of these players, especially from the invite, right, that they have secured their spot with. Coming up against some of these players who are maybe a little bit less experienced, that may be able to keep them in hand of an advantage, but we'll have to wait and see if they're able to keep their cool on our 6-map rotation during the knockouts. Erangel to kick things off, Erangel to close it down, sneak a little Rondo in the middle with some Miramar in the middle too.
Yeah, obviously this is a pretty general rotation for us here. I'm starting to only see one Rondo on the day, but you know, it's got to be our wild card, our bit of a wild card. Other than that, it's very, very regular with Miramar and Erangel coming through. I think the team's quite happy today, you know, finishing on Erangel. I think day 3 we are finishing on Miramar though, which is always a bit of a weird one because you get towards that last game, it's a little bit more circle centric, right? You could get really unlucky on a really southern playing path, and then suddenly you're in the bin, right? If you're one of those northern teams. So I do think that Miramar is a tough one to end on, but hopefully the top teams will have made their points by then, right? And it won't be up to that final match.
Absolutely. And of course, you guys can make a little bit of something as well. It's not all about the points because thanks to BuffBuff, an officially partnered and secure top-up platform, we're providing global players cheap and instant UC. We'll be giving away 40,000 UC, not all at once, but throughout the course of the PMCO Western Europe broadcast days. Keep an eye on the stream chats. There will be codes dropping there, and it is fastest finger first. First person to enter those codes in will be able to claim that UC, and that is going to be mighty tasty. So make sure that you guys are keeping your eyes peeled.
Yeah, so we'll be dropping those for every single day. Like John says, that is the thing to mention here massively, is that today we'll be doing it, tomorrow we'll be doing it, the day after that we'll be doing it, next weekend, all days there we'll be doing it too. So yeah, 40,000 UC to grab, sponsored by BuffBuff. Once again, very, very big thank you to them. But that means you got to be making sure you're looking at the chat as well as the game at the same time. All right, just keep your eyes peeled. It'll be very obvious when there is a code thrown out there. So have your phone ready, have your second phone ready, whatever you need to do.
Hey, those dual monitor gamers right now with a big advantage on that front. But if you get a friend, you both watch on one, you can use the other phone for a chat. You know, perfect little setup there for grabbing the UC while it's hot. Although you would need a place to enter the UC code as well. So, but we're getting into the weeds of it. You know, this is the sort of strategizing that our coaches need to be doing for our teams right now, because they are going to be getting into our first map, which is of course Erangel, fairly quickly. Right, we are going to be looking at our first 16 teams jumping on in, testing their mettle. We're going to be looking out for things like hot drops. We're going to be looking at drop locations as well, because there are 3 Erangel maps to play today with this lobby setup. So it's going to be interesting to see how that all unfolds. Of course, this is a unique group formation. No 2 days are going to be alike, so every day is a little bit more of a test bed at the start of the day. So that's what we're going to be looking out for at the start of this first match.
Yeah, it's kind of weird as well, actually, like looking through a lot of the teams where, you know, there are a lot of faces that I don't recognize. But then there are some teams where I'm like, hey, I don't remember that player. Like, for instance, even in I think it's the Soul Reapers, they have Enigma on the team. Guy that's been around for a long, long time. Finally, straight back up here in PMCO Western Europe, looking to make a name for themselves. So that's exciting for me. Overall, I do think we're going to find a lot of new, strong talent. I think Loco as well was a particularly good player over in those qualifiers and the knockouts, doing a lot for himself. So hopefully we can get something done there. But look at that, the game is starting on time. Crazy. But we are heading into our first game of the day, the first game of PMCO Western Europe. Join us now to see which top 16 teams are making it through to the grand finals over the next 3 days.
The bell has rung and we are in to the knockout stage. Of course, we're hovering over the boards. Vagnazada, a familiar name to esports fans for PUBG Mobile. Playing path fairly chill right now. Goes over Novo and a couple of early exits here. Maybe a couple more as well than maybe I was expecting, but I guess dropping around that farm south coast, grabbing those vehicles heading north to areas around Yasnaya may be a little bit tempting for quite a few teams there. Some fairly early drops coming through, so let's see where everyone tries to nestle themselves in and amongst the fray.
It's a very tough playing path, actually. Very, very tough playing path, dropping so far down towards that south side. The fact that it starts here as well is like gives you a lot more incentive to drop towards Sosnovka. But already you got TSR as well as Balls Gaming go up against one another in Novorapnoya. A little bit of an interesting drop spot here, especially going up against Robs, right? You know, this guy is the king of the shotgun. Not really a guy you want to be hot dropping on. I do think a lot of people have a huge amount of expectations for Balls Gaming, with some very, very good French players on side who have been to some of the biggest international tournaments in the world. But we do get a massively northern shift on the circle. Now, this fight actually gets a little bit more disastrous, right? Where it's going to delay so much time. And I think for Balls Gaming, they know they need to finish this up quick so they can get a move on.
Yeah, the Soul Reapers are right around the corner from them, so making sure that you're getting on board, grabbing those vehicles as well, because their vehicle gathering has been severely hampered by this hot drop. It's going to make it a really slow exit. Fortunately, no one is staggering around that north side on the bridge, so they can have potentially a little bit of a cleaner route through when they decide to break through. But that requires on them getting there. Wagnerzada able to light them up with the pump action from down below. Spots the ankle, easily handled. Robs goes down in turn, but not yet flushed. Potentially Resible on those staircases. Doesn't look like that's going to be stoppable for the time being. Boars holding their nerve.
Yeah, he gets Snorks back up again. Players very much not getting back up on his feet for the Soul Reapers. They're down to 3 confirmed. Meantime, RGN are heading over towards the northern side of the map, towards Severny. Not a bad place to start from. I think a lot of teams would quite like to secure, you know, Rozhok Hill potentially. You've got Watertown as well that you can head over towards. Right now, there's a couple of teams around that area that can pick up those positions. But I do think that, you know, those spots are really useful to have. Now Zaza will take a little bit of damage. We'll get taken down here by Dore's Love.
Manages to get that knock out in the open as well. A little bit of wall to cover off, and the rest of the balls are signposted around. They are going to be billeted there, vigilant to try and keep their teammate in the fold, but it's not super easy. Enigma does take a lick of damage, though, off in the distance, and that's going to slow the backup coming through towards that front line. And in the fray, the ability to slip on inside a building is huge for the Boars to keep their players all alive here. Wagnerzada now darting across, knows the damage has been done. Enigma forced to heal out on a blind wall. He's not going to be able to win the swing, and that will be a turnaround for Wagnerzada, able to break up towards that watchtower. The res is already coming through. The Boars are showing just what experience can do for you.
It's a really good push from Wagnerzada as well. I mean, getting across that road, you know roughly where he is. It's an easy lineup. You play off the back of the staircase. It's not likely you're going to get out of that situation alive. So for Boars, they're setting this up very well. And now being a 2-man, this is still difficult though, right? Where you sort of want to finish out this fight. You don't want this team following across the bridge and being a thorn in your side towards that late game. Enigma does go down, and that's just one player alive here in Sora for the Soul Reapers. And they're looking to just push him. Great nade over towards the top. Looks to get the vehicle under control, but I don't think you're going anywhere, son.
Oh, gives him the slip out the window. 2 barrels there, trying to light them up, but the Boars are on the hunt, and the Soul Reapers will go down here. Our first team to be eliminated in Novo, and fairly timely as well. Like you were saying before, you don't want to get stuck in the mud here, but there is still plenty of time in stage 1 to gather all of the resources that you need to get onto those vehicles, and there's minimal roadblocks in their way.
Yeah, it's a nice run out from them, right? They still have to be wary of the bridge. I think there's no way that you don't head over towards Eastern Bridge and make sure you check this one. Likely sending out a scout first over towards that side. We are over here. Just checking out these 2 teams currently playing off against one of Pachinki. Personally, John, I'm not a huge fan of Pachinki anymore. Right? I think this spot has kind of lost its luster. I think with the amount of times you kind of want to play towards that edge in this play style, in this meta, I think Pachinki does lose its value. It loses value even more when you're hot dropping on it, because what's the point of having a central position if you can't leave it? These are the types of things that needs to get sorted out before your group starts, but I do sympathize with the players because you are playing in 2 separate groups. You can't always know who you're going up against. You can't always know if you're going to be going into a hot drop, though you hope you would, you know, discuss with the coaches beforehand. Yeah, I do think this is going to waste a lot of time for both teams.
So they haven't been super sleepy on the loot, though. There is still supplies in the back pocket, so maybe not all is lost. But yeah, no helmet there. Okay, I'll take that back. Some of them have been a bit sleepy on the loot. But it may also explain why the Boars do have a hot drop, right? Because these other players have been playing through the group stages, right? So they're going to be a little bit more familiar with each other's drop locations, with the rotations that they're going to be coming up against potentially. And the Boars getting an invite ticket, a little bit of an unknown quantity as well coming into this one. So maybe a little bit of a... sorry, I'm
mesmerized.
I love PUBG Mobile. I love PUBG Mobile. Goodness me. Feeling a little bit hypnotized on that one.
I was quite like that from the observers, you know, telling us that time is ticking away for both those teams. And it absolutely is. So good pickup. Love our production team so far. But yeah, I think for us, it does look like it's going to be a big delay for both squads. SWAT Europa would love to leave, and I think they do have the slight advantage here where they can wrap over towards the western side of the map, you know, maybe swing past Everest. But I am curious on this second circle pop, right? This is the one that's going to be a little bit interesting because we haven't really talked about the circle too much, but it is intersecting between the river, right? It's not certain whether this is going to be a southern shift on this one or a northern shift. There's not a huge amount of unplayable either, so it's very much up in the air where this one is going to go. So it's a lot of guessing work, right, for the teams. And I think likely you'd like to control locations around the bridges, and pick up some of the wizard towers around box compound potentially. That'd be fairly decent to go for.
The knock back onto Gods Reborn there, able to keep SWAT safe on the northwest side. It looks like SWAT do just want to get out of here, and probably rightly so. They may try and extract a toll onto GR, and I'm not entirely sure that that's going to be wise for them. You talked before about getting stuck in Pachinki is a bad idea, and it seems like they were listening. Hopefully not actually. That would be against the rules, but they have certainly got that in the forefront of their minds, and off SWAT go into the horizon.
I mean, unless they've got a time machine, not likely. But yeah, it's a good job from SWAT. I mean, completely what we expected, right? Head over towards the western side. You have the exit available to you. The difference for Gods Reborn is that their eastern shift on this circle, not easy to go for. You're going through a lot of open space, a lot of already contested area in terms of school, Rozhok, even the players coming out from farm and shelter. So yeah, it's a tough location to play from. In the meantime, we are going to get our second circle shift right about now. We should just head down towards the south. So a lot of teams playing on this southern side, very happy, as are we, because this is no longer a situation where it's on both sides. This could be easily donated, in which case you would have a bad time. But it's Sapix from Vincent Mortem getting an initial shot over towards the players currently on the fence. And that's a nice pull-up as well, actually.
Able to save his teammate. Shum getting rezzed here as well. Looks like they will defeat Death this time around, but there's plenty of other players marauding around these hills. Rain just trying to skirt around the edge of it. They wanted to get stuck in, but a little bit too slow to pull that trigger, and now they need to get off to the other side of the river to get into this next circle. This shooting range hill was pretty chock-a-block, I think. Given it was a 50-50 split, this was a pretty full shooting range hill, and now the players are going to have to make their way further south, find those rotational paths. So Rain not engaging there, I think, is the better of two options.
It's not a terrible position to play either. I mean, a lot of the tree line there does keep you safe for quite a while. And also, it's relatively close to the bridges that just sit over towards the western side of Boatyard. So yeah, I don't mind the plays coming out from them. For Team Rain, though, they are ahead of most of the pack, but losing two players early does mean you're going on with just Anna and Mitsa, which is not the greatest showing for them right here. But definitely potential to get towards the late game if you don't get spun out, that is. Cherry Mortem really not letting them go easy.
Dragging them back into the fight, and they're looking for more as well. Anna up on the top of the hill. Last player standing now for Rain. Looks like the crown may be pinched from that northern side, and they are pinning all of their hopes onto the one player now. See how far you can go. Because, of course, we talked about it at the start, right? It's about avoiding the bottom side of those tables. Being in the top 16, it's not necessary to get massive standout gains. It's not necessary to get 15 points in a single match, right? You can get through likely by playing for a 6-point average, right? That's the sort of metric you're looking for as a team to avoid that bottom side.
Kodiak is a team that we've been talking a lot about. As they make their food, Frizz already finds himself a good shot. This player was on fire during the qualifiers and does find himself a little bit more. 20 finishing off Bob there over towards EV. This is not looking great. 20 even continuing to take shots. I mean, it's a nice post-up coming through from Kodiak in terms of being able to get those kill points. They imagine that a lot of players will be rotating past through Yasnaya. So a very, very nice little setup from them. I really like that. Really do like that.
And now they're consolidating. They know that they've played their hand. They're consolidating back into a group and looking to try and re-establish that ground out to the west. You can't hold that eastern split once all of those rotating teams know about your presence. And I think they've read into that. Sure, now there aren't too many more on that eastern side. There's not a great threat, but with the circle shift, that's ended up being a brilliant decision for Kodiak. We're also looking at the center of this circle being heavily dominated by that Roshok Hill on the south side. So the outposts there are going to be pretty deadly, but potentially difficult to hold when multiple angles start pushing you.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It's a very tough circle where you're unsure whether you want to play over towards Roshok or not, right? Do you want to go too early? You could pick up some of the buildings on the outside and that'd be fairly safe, but you don't want to commit too hard right now. But if this circle does go over towards that northern side, suddenly a lot of that real estate up there becomes hugely important for a lot of our squads. So we'll see how quickly teams do move across, but it is fairly packed right now in terms of players, in terms of teams. In this location, you've got 15 still alive coming into stage 3, where no one really wants to head into Roshok, so there's a lot less area than you might think. Most teams are already playing on that southern edge, but teams heading over towards school right now. Boars made a instantaneous run, by the way, towards this location jump.
And they're in there. They've got that hovercraft going as well. Establishing a block outside the door. That's going to allow them to step out where maybe you wouldn't have been able to before. So a nice little bit of cover that's going to linearize the fight towards the main building if they need to go for it and reduce the effectiveness of Shelby's position for free agents on that north side hill. A nice little heads up positioning on the vehicle. It may cost themselves the hovercraft, but they're just going to go and roll straight on up to the main building no matter what. Seems like they're going to use that as a little bit of mobile cover.
Yeah, it's a music one. I mean, I think players have slowly over the year now, years at least, have figured out how to play against the hovercraft, which is you just unload bullets into it, right? You explode that thing as soon as possible. Otherwise, it's just a mobile tank for players to be used to get to wherever they need to go. It's an early send from Boars. I sort of don't mind it, though, considering where they were. I think they had to make a stand. They had to make a decision. And I think this is an okay decision. It's bang central as well. So it's going to give them a lot to play around with, even if this does send hard north. In the meantime, a big old crash coming through over towards the boys on Vim. It goes pretty poorly there. And Cherry Mortem stay alive, though. Only 2 players down. Should be able to pick those back up again. Claim a little bit of land. Remember, this is a team coming up from that north side. They wrapped all the way down towards the south. It's a little bit of a crazy play, honestly.
And the fact that GR aren't pushing on this is a little bit of a lost opportunity, I think, with 2 players down in Cherry Mortem. We're at severely diminished capacity, but it seems like they've been able to get all 3 of their players back up to their feet. They've already had a good game. The Boars, similarly, have been performing, and now they're in and amongst it. Going for the shutdown on the staircase. Not going to be turned around. And again, they're just going to find these reses. The Boars staying as a unit, keeping their nerve, and not over-investing onto the player on the top floor. They know that they need to cover their flank. They know that they are not fully safe. So the player on the inside does go down nonetheless. Free agent still giving them a little bit of bother.
I mean, for Boars there, good play, honestly. You know, you see them trying to take shots over towards the north side. You realize, you know, that's our time to go. That's our go signal. Let's just quickly head upstairs, see what we can get done off the back of that. Get themselves 1 kill, and it really does diminish the position upstairs, which they always wanted to clear out in the first place. So really well done. That clears out a lot of area for the Boars to play around. They're only really going up against free agents now. We've got a 2-2 split going on. I like this 2-2 split as well. It's fairly safe. It depends how much Boars want to push. But they have both the north side of the map and the south side of the map covered. Realistically, they want to regroup come next circle. I don't think it would be wise to continue that group until next circle, but there you go. They already regroup towards that northern side. Lovely stuff.
Ooh, a GR eliminated as well. That was the major thorn in the side for Cherry Mortem, but they are going to be able to crack on with the match. 3 players still in it, and still fighting fit over to the north side. They've got a threat from towards that boatyard. Looks like they're going to try and take that threat head on. They're not even going to try and get ahead of this one. A lot of open ground ahead, so you do need to deal with this angle before you make that move. Shum on the off, tries to land the shot up to the rooftop, but will not quite connect on the spray down. And there's a backfill coming in from SWAT now. So on the south side, there's a threat too. They need to be worried. They need to be careful. But hopping over to the other side, there's movements all over the map. And Cherry Morton trying to make the most of it, and actually going to spin out the side and see if they can get across towards that hill. This is the open ground danger I was talking about, but it looks like they managed to make the cross.
Yeah, there's barely anyone playing in these hills right now, so honestly, for Cherry Morton, I think they make a little bit of a crazy play, right? You know, trying to send over towards that northern edge to take down EPS. That seemed a bit wild to me, especially when you've got players that can backfill you on that south side. They identify that and then just move out over towards the headshot hills, which is fine. You know, this is an okay position to play. It'll work for the time being.
Now on board again with the free agents, who managed to extricate themselves from their conflict with the Boars, but out of the frying pan into what could potentially become a little bit of a firefight here as they have some players rocking up on their position again. 4 players alive, but one's been knocked. Looking to try and flush this one out. This is only the last player, though, left for nasty bullets. And it doesn't look too healthy for them. No real chance of getting back on over. Vasquez trying to keep it together for the team. No elims just yet, and the team count is still pretty high. No points there to be found on placements, so what can you get out of this situation? Spots a shoulder, spots a belly, but doesn't see the player stamping up the stairs to come and get him. Free agents, stay alive.
Yeah, it's a bad pre-fire, right? In which case, I think for free agents, they realize that and they just send up. There's a slight delay between shots on the DBS. So it's actually fairly good reactions. I quite like that from free agents, and they successfully defend their position. Now can they defend it versus Kodiak, though, who are looming, right? And 20 does find scars off the back of that. Will find Shelby. Oh, what a pickup from Kodiak. I mean, they see this fight ending and immediately find value off the back of it. Really, really well done.
Yeah, they've been making some impressive plays on this northeastern side. We were talking about them before, and they're now trying to summit the hill with just Alex left to stand for the free agents. It was looking good for them, but they've fallen victim to the ascent of Kodiak, and Alex has to get out of dodge, try and survive. With 3 elims, getting in towards the top side of the tables here would be a fairly decent result for them. They like a top 6, but we'll see what can be done. In the meantime, Team Demon exercised from that location. Mustang as well, the next to fall. The TBS bearing down upon them. Azar, though, is going to be able to turn it around a little bit, and will be able to rise just that little bit further in the rankings. Now 9 teams remaining, and they are going to keep falling. But the Ritz team going to be moving in from the east.
I guess he's got no stims. I was kind of curious by the med kit. But yeah, if you got no stims, you identify there's another team going to be pushing you soon. I suppose you just go for the med kit, try and get 100% HP. Play off the back of that. Eurozada looking to see what you can find on the outside. There's Vincere Mortem actually taking a lot of damage coming through on that northwest. They've been going from fight to fight. I think eventually there's going to come a point where they did burn out. I think the main surprising thing about this game is the 4-way split from Kodiak. This is crazy.
They've identified that so much of this area is empty. They're putting an outpost towards a fight to third party it, and they're getting a lot of value. They're up to 9 elims now, Blank. The 4-way split has paid off, and the fact that they aren't holding it for super long as well, maybe if they keep going for it, it will last a little bit too long for my liking. But with another team going down, now they can look to remerge to a 2-2 and play a little bit more off of one another. It's exemplary on the northern side from Kodiak.
Yeah, I'd say it is incredibly good gameplay coming through from here. Kind of nice, actually, seeing some of these players coming back as well. I mean, Model as well. Used to play on Ruka back in the day. Now back in for Kodiak. Again, like you said, it's a huge amount of space that just never got picked up. They saw that free agents were under fire, quickly swooped in, took away that northern side. And because they already saw that one team got down by free agents, they assumed there's going to be very minimal squads on this northern edge. No one went into Rozok early on either, which was the right play. So they don't have a lot of space to play with. And it's a cool first game we're getting here, John, because it's Kodiak's up against Force Gaming. Two of the favorites coming into this tournament, up against one another, likely in an endgame.
The top qualifier versus the invite seed coming through potentially for a final standoff. Boars slightly more central in their outpost, but all in one location. Kodiak have more options. The question is, who's going to extract the more points out of these teams on the southwest side? Because it is looking pretty nasty right now. Ritzy rolled up to the east side of this conflict, but with the demons and SWAT as well embroiled in this one, it's not going to be easy to extract out of it.
Bold push from a model. I'll put it that way, right? Try to move down over towards SWAT Europa. Two of the players there. I suppose it's forgivable if it's a scout from them. But that's an aggressive scout, to say the least. It's a very aggressive scout. And he will lose his life for it. And dropping Kodiak down to 3 players. Again, if you come off this game in a top 5 with 12 elims, I still think you're fine. I think you're laughing coming off the back of this first game with 12 elims, no matter the circumstances. I mean, Boars Gaming's got 6, SWAT Europa's got 4, RTZ with 2, and Team Demon with 1. They're clearing ahead of WEU at that top side. I think what they'd ideally like to see here is getting a top 3, which would place them pretty high up already in the match rankings on the first game of the day.
Oh, Kodiak lost the player on that north side somewhere. They're now down to 3. As we are still stuck in this fight, Ritzy on the outside here, and the circle moves away, favors the Boars position. It was the west flank where Kodiak lost a player, so 20 is an outpost on his own right now, and he's looking for the players moving on out. He's going to wait to regroup with the rest of the team. In the meantime, Demons trying to get across, but it is far from safe. Safe is on the case, and it will be the Demons under pressure, but the blue zone's pushing in behind, and he has to hop out the window, layering down the lead before he has to make the move. Does manage to duck the heads for just enough time to make that crossing, but still has more to go, more distance, and the Boars are ready to pick those points up as soon as you show a skull over the ridge lines that surround the area.
Yeah, getting the Eastern shift on this circle is absolutely criminal, right? It's sort of outrageous for Boars. They have such a clean sweep here. The question is how much they can extract off the back of it. It's a bit of a question for them, right, though, where do they leave the comfort of school and head over towards those hills and try and take some shots? At this point in time, like, if I was looking for a safe 10-pointer on this one off the back of the chicken dinner, you're just sticking around inside the buildings, right? There's no reason to leave. Ritzy, though, will finish off Team Demon with a nice little shot from the side. Well done from Crispy.
And he's going to have to feel a little bit more crispy with the angles here to get the shots down, to open the way to move forwards with a minute left before the zone closes fully. It doesn't look like a lot of distance they've got to cover, but it may as well be miles and miles, a marathon ahead of them to get through the Boars volley, as well as the Kodiak off angles who have moved down on the western side to establish the open ground control, and it looks like they just want more and more points. They are earning them blank. 16 elims already. They are putting in a mammoth effort to kick things off.
Yeah, this is a ridiculous first game here. 20 already popping another out of the vehicle. Looking for one more in Crispy as he zigzags his way through the battlefield. Will post up, but the vehicle is smoking. Has to jump out. First aid kit immediately gets this one underway, but no way he's getting his teammate back up again. Now Nades needs to come over. Oh. It's a lovely airburst, and Scythe is very lucky to get away with that with his life. I think he's on 1 HP right now. One more nade would do the trick. Boars are starting to flex, though. Robs moves over towards that northern side. Luckily, though, they have that outpost in Winnie. They're doing some fantastic stuff. 20, another ridiculously good nade over the top side. One more will finish off the job. 2 perfectly placed nades back to back. 19 elims. Kodiak is on a tear.
They are dominating right now with some brilliant rotations on the north side. They have earned this victory, and that's not to say that the Boars haven't had a good shout at it, but they have really been putting on a show here, showing how they were able to qualify in top seed from the group stages. And maybe they're looking to go all the way here. Finding Robs, and 20 lights up on the off angle. 2 players now versus 3. There's the off angle for Winnie up on high. SnowX looks for the flush. Will be able to find it. 2 versus 3. High ground under control. But the Boars have flexed out fully. Blank, they've fully committed to the south side now. Are Kodiak going to be able to just take this position from them?
I mean, they can wrap back on this, but to be honest with you, I think that they have good idea of where both these players are. They know where Winnie's playing on that northern side. Very unlike Robs to lose in a 1v1 there up on the top side, but Winnie completely outplays him, which is very fair enough. But 20 elims on the game, John. First match of the day. This is some ridiculous stuff.
Just want to point out 10 of those come from 20 himself. 10 elims on side is incredible stuff coming through from 20. It's going to get confusing. 10, 20, 20. I know, but we're going to keep track of it as we move forwards. We might be moving that number up towards 23, though, Blank, because there are still 3 more potential elim points in this match. But I think Winnie might just be a little bit high and dry on this hilltop. Oh, that was a vehicle there. Does have something to maybe roll himself down with, but might be pretty tricky. 7 smokes for 20, though. And maybe able to find another pick. Ragnazada gets across.
Some really good reads coming through from 20 so far. Winnie's going to try and get down from that top side. Knows he needs to leave at some point. 20 takes a lot of damage from Magnazada. And our Boars, although they might not be massive in the elim category right now, they're looking to put their stamp on this first game at least, though it is sort of overshadowed by the incredible performance that Kodiak's had so far.
First nade goes wide, doesn't spot the rotation from 20 on that one. Maybe behind the tree, but he's got to read this mound now with the blue zone pushing in. He knows he's had to make that distance. But now with one more nade, Magnazada needs to get some value from it and isn't finding it. Doing a lot of the work as well for Boars. 5 of their 7 elims coming from him. And if he's not able to win on this off angle, it might just be a chance. But the circle's really not controlled from any angle. Winnie with a vehicle may just be able to roll a little bit further forwards as well, as this ridge line's going to have to be crested sooner or later.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the mound on this northern side. Eventually, 20's going to be sent out, but he has a rock to work around with. He's got the vehicle as well. It's a nicely placed nade from Magnazada, but now he's fresh out. No more apples to throw towards that top side. Smoke's going down. 20 makes a risky move, does expose himself, but Magnazada can't quite find the shots. I think the best thing right now Boars can do is try and regroup alongside with Magnazada, play off this. But they can't send both players across, right? You don't want to be stuck on this edge of school for too long. So leaving Snowix behind. But right now, Kodiak's making this a very difficult game for Boars.
Making them earn their crust here. Either way, both of these two teams on a really solid run right now. Winnie trying to make it across in the vehicle. Gets to the circle. Regrouping with 20. I mean, both playing on this position. Seemingly not a terrible idea. Gives them a vehicle to play around with as well. And now the impetus is on Boars to keep that cage on lock. For Kodiak, they are hemmed in now by the ridgeline that they've opted to go for. The next stage closes completely centrally. So everybody is going to be pushed in at the same time.
Still for Boars, I think they have a slight advantage. It depends how many smokes they've got left to work with, because if they can get themselves up towards the tree line, well, the one tree, then it's very, very hard for Kodiak to win out this one. They're going to send one player forward right now, up towards that tree, like I was talking about, potentially getting a little bit of scout going on. This is an aggressive push. This is actually a very nice position to play. This is way more aggressive than the tree towards the center. We get Snowy up here is fine. 20, though, already unleashing grenades. I mean, this is the difficulty. I mean, they're so accurate with their grenades right now. Snowix can barely get close.
Oh, 20 looks for the challenge, but Magnazada's quicker on the trigger with the Bison, able to shut down one. Now it's up to Winnie. Can he find the rest of them? Can he do some heavy lifting here, or is it going to be drawn short? Second place, 20 elims. A brilliant game nonetheless. Looking to deny the point here. Winnie steps out into the blue zone, gives up the ghost, says, no, you're not getting this one. Not from me, not today. Their work is done, and the Boars take the chicken dinner, but Kodiak with a big story in that game.
Yeah, like I said, overshadowing that match from Boars. I mean, although Boars played really, really well, they get themselves 8 elims. It's 2k damage on the match as well, which is nothing to scoff at. Kodiak coming into game 1 with 20 eliminations. Man, that is some ridiculous stuff. Very, very silly to start things off with. A 4-way split that early into the game as well. They are feeling confident.
I mean, it just goes to show that, I mean, hopefully they're not just playing set plays, right? Because a four-way split, as you said, in that sort of situation, as a general set play, it would be a little bit mad. But the fact that they're able to read the situation accurately, to get all that intel, process it, and deliver a solid plan based on what they've observed, I mean, that's the sort of stuff that top-tier teams are made of, right? So that is a great first breath for them in this tournament. Boars as well. they showed some nerve in their hot drop early on. Vagnazada obviously doing a lot of damage there with 6 elims, 1,226 damage there, and that was a lot of heavy lifting from Vagnazada.
Yeah, he's in the 1K club, which is nice to see. And I think for Vagnazada, this guy's always been very, very good. You know, he's never been to the highest heights of PUBG Mobile Esports, but always been on plenty good teams in the past. And now he's got a really solid team around him. I think he's always been at the forefront of any of the team he's been on. But now he has like suitable backup, and he's done a lot with it. So very, very proud to see him here.
Yeah, good ascension there. Just keep on going, get those qualification spots, get those credits, and keep on trucking. Here's our match summary there. You can see all but one of our players was knocked, or, well, doesn't quite pan out like that, but 63 total knocks, a lot of damage dealt, a lot of elims as well. Quite a chunk of healing coming on through there, 7,500. And only 1 airdrop looted. So obviously low prio on everyone's agenda. Probably because of the plane path and the fraught rotations that we saw. Not many teams were able to sail on by. As we take a look at our head-to-head blank, you can see the damage is actually not as far apart as I thought it would be, but that is a hefty sum for Kodiak.
I mean, total damage being 3.2k, incredible stuff, but you see that, and it's only 1.2 ahead of Boars, who, again, they've been through the ringer getting to this game, but they weren't quite able to finish out on a lot of the kills that they were looking towards. A lot of steals coming their way. They had a bit of a tougher game as well, 1,323 healing coming in. But that just speaks to how good Kodiak was in their individual engagements, right? They barely took any damage. 20, though, 10 eliminations. First game of the day. Jesus, what a game.
And that is efficient damage as well. 1,313 damage for 10 eliminations. I mean, this is like team stat lines, right, that we're seeing that 20 was able to just pull off in that match. It is an incredible result coming on through, but 10 elims for that amount of damage is very efficient damage usage there. We did see them third-partying quite a lot on that northern side, taking advantage of position quite nicely. So I think that kind of bears out in those stats. It's nice to see that he's able to take that top player card coming on in as number 1 to kick things off for the day.
Yeah, can't really knock out Frizz though either. 985 damage done. Only 4 knockouts, 4 elims. So we could say that 20 was taking a little bit of liberties on side, maybe picking up some of the kills from his knocks. But I also wanted to mention Vincere Mortem with Daki here. Dakimi, sorry. Player that we've seen a lot in the past. I think for that team, though, there was a significant amount of over-aggression. Let's put it that way. But it does look like they have the firepower to back it up. But I do think that some of these aggressive plays may come back to bite them when you're being a little bit careless in your positioning.
I think they did have a difficult rotation set, though. I think it's fair to say for Vincere Mortem, they were north of the river, and then the big south shift came through, so they had a difficult decision. Maybe they don't make that decision 10 times out of 10, right? Maybe that was a 7 out of 10 kind of decision. But I think you're right overall that maybe a little bit toned down on the aggression in those specific scenarios may be in order. But taking a look at the overall standings, no big surprises here. Kodiak at the top with 26 points on that match, overshadowing Boars by another 8 points on top of what they were able to earn, which was already a pretty hefty total of 18.
I think the team that I liked a lot during this game was SWAT Europa. They come away with this game with only 8 points, but I think the decision making during that match wasn't bad, right? It wasn't bad. I like where they played. Free agents also, they dropped down in 8th place with 4 points, but I do like their setup. Their initial setup was good in terms of the macro play. Enjoyed it. I think they just got overwhelmed by Boars as well as Kodiak. I mean, 2 teams that you really don't want to be running into early in your match. But overall, free agents, I think they played that game fairly well. They just didn't have the points to back it up.
I do think as well, when a circle centers up on that South Roshog Hill, when you're the team that's there, it's going to make it pretty difficult to hold that one off, because everybody's going to be looking your way. Everybody's going to be aware that there is going to be a team up there. So you get a lot of attention, and not all of it is going to be super pleased. That was a massive first game coming on through. So of course, we've got some massive highlights to come as well, Blank. We are going to be taking a look at just what unfolded during that match. The highlights, I'm looking forward to it.
Let's throw them up. Let's get the high.
Just seeing that replay, that was a really tricky final circle. I think both teams did pretty well in those final circle moments. The regroup from Kodiak, maybe a decision that they could have tried to change around and try to keep winning on that off angle, but I think that there's benefits to both sides, and either way, they'd already had a phenomenal game, so didn't really need to do too much more, I suppose.
I do think that there's a argument to be made that they win that game with Momodal if he doesn't make that aggressive side swipe down towards the southern edge. I think he walked into two players almost willingly, right? There's no question about it. I think that he could have avoided doing that quite easily and just played back up with Winnie. And those players would have gone down eventually anyway to Boars. In which case, I think as a 4-man, they do win. Because then Winnie can play a 2-man on that northern side. And if he gets the 2v1 versus Robs, very unlikely he gets picked up by Vagnazada afterwards. So I do think for Kodiak, maybe Momodal's kicking himself a little bit off the back of that one. Again, I think I was talking about the game that it could just be a scout, in which case they knew that that position was occupied. And sometimes you have to make those aggressive plays, right? Sometimes you do.
Yeah, sometimes there's just no two ways about it. Sometimes you just have to try and make that lemonade as you get thrown into the blender. We'll see if they're able to repeat those performances here as we're going over to our next map fairly soon. I mean, I don't think I could have asked for a better way to kick things off, and maybe actually a more metaphorical way, right? That finish felt like kind of the story that we've been talking about before this tournament coming in. You know, Kodiak, these hot shots coming through from the qualifiers, looking great, smelling great, having a good time on the Elim count, and then Boars, maybe a little bit more experienced, a little bit more level-headed coming on through, and that felt like how that final circle played out. So yeah, I'm liking the metaphors there.
It was cool. I mean, we had a great setup going into it, and it's nice to see that both the teams that we sort of expected to do well did. I think for when you're talking about it in terms of experience versus, like, you know, upstarts, I mean, it's hard to really say upstarts when you come away with a game with 20 E-lives. It's very, very impressive. I think when we're looking at the firepower and just overall accuracy coming through from Kodiak, that surprised me. That did surprise me. I am genuinely a little bit flabbergasted by how well they were setting up those fights. Some of the nades coming through from 20, just ridiculous. Didn't expect him to hit those so easily. With little information as well, right? Some of those airbursts were just crazy down the hill. So hopefully they can replicate that here. But we are heading over towards Miramar next. And then we're following that with a Rondo. But I do believe Miramar is going to be a fun match for us. Hopefully not a southern playing path, so the players can have something a little bit easier to work with, rather than, you know, you get the southern Sosnovka and then the weird half and half circle. Difficult stuff. But we are getting our game started right here, right now, over towards match number 2.
Hey, spring has sprung and the weather starts to get hotter. Nowhere more so than on Miramar as we take our turn around the desert. Match number 2 kicking off. The plane path cuts straight down the middle blank, so nothing super scrabbly about it. Should be fairly accessible to everywhere on the map. Grab a vehicle, get to the place your heart desires. We'll be seeing if there's any more hot drops to be seen, especially for the Boars who were able to come out smelling the roses from that Novo hot drop that we saw earlier on. And a huge number of their, well, actually half of their elims, right, came from that hot drop. It wouldn't be nearly quite as a higher point tally had they not been embroiled on that south side. So we'll see if they have some more morsels to chow down on early in the match.
I mean, for for them, I mean, starting another Amnoya, making your way up towards that top side, yeah, good stuff, good stuff. Curious to see what some of these other teams are able to do here. I know that Nasty Bullets has made a little bit of a name for themselves as well, but they went down a little bit early in that match. I want to see a bit more out of them. Again, I'm curious to see what free agents do this game. I actually really did like their positioning from that last match. I don't think they quite had the firepower to get away with it in the end when they were trying to hold down that 2-2 split. Then they head over towards that northern side. I think they get themselves embroiled in an engagement that maybe they didn't want to be in. Also, I think you could also just say that Kodiak had a really, really good sense of when to strike over there. We get a massive southern shift on the circle here. Luckily for all of our teams on that north side, we do start that edge with the playing pass. They should be able to get looted up quite quickly and then get a move on downwards. I mean, you're mostly looking at these western rotations right past El Pozo down towards the southern edge, but this keeps a lot of water in. I mean, a lot of unplayable in this one. We're going to get pretty chock-a-block pretty quick.
Yeah, it's not going to be too tasty for a lot of these teams. I think, yeah, you talked about those El Pozo rotations. I'm also going to be keeping an eye on those Impala, Puerto Paraiso rotations, trying to move in on that south coast and access the hills from below. Some teams will look to go for that, I am sure, especially given how early they were able to get out on that northern side, as you highlighted just then. Team TBSS will be trying to play their way in from very far on that northern side, just east of La Cobraria, down towards water treatment, having to make what could be potentially the most difficult rotation in this lobby, right? They are trapped between teams on their west to their east. They've got the furthest to go, and trying to go through the hills to the north of Picado, I feel like that might be a death sentence, depending on how early they move. If they get on the road early enough, they might be able to sneak through whilst teams aren't on their full guard.
Well, I mean, they do have the road down towards El Zahara. It's a dirt road mainly, and you might get taken some shots at from Nasty Bullets as well as free agents. But, you know, their wraparound towards our eastern side is not terrible. It's just going to delay their rotate a lot, like you say. It's either that or you sit up here for quite some time, and then you take the graveyard road in. But again, that is, you're asking to get shot at in that instance, which is never fun. For Golden Guardian here, currently over towards Los Leones, pretty deep into it as well, but they're gonna have to figure out where they want to go next. You know, heading over towards that western side, trying to get yourself set up nice and central off the back of this circle. Having Los Leones in play and having a central position here in Los Leones is a big boon, but I don't really know what we're getting up to right now, other than taking shots over towards Evolution.
They do manage to get a knock, and yeah, Bobby's just got to bleed out. That's the first Elim on Miramar. A little bit too close for comfort on Los Leones.
It's kind of bad that these two teams got such similar colors.
Yeah.
And hot dropping. I was a bit confused for a second then. I was like, why is this team not moving? It's like, wait, there's 8 players on this team. This doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's a new rule. One team gets 8 players every match. How's that? Imagine. Goodness me. Get new game mode? Huh? No, I think that'd be rubbish.
One mega team.
Just a mega team. But they can only carry 1 weapon each, you know? Same number of weapons.
Yeah, be good. Yeah, you play Ultimate. It's like, depending on what rank you are, the mega team consists of like 2 ranks below you. You always got to be worried about the Horde, potentially.
The Horde. the purple Horde from Los Leones. They are going to be trying to become a little bit more distance from one another, though. They are going to try and extricate themselves in this case. Of course, they're not allowed to play on the same team. We have limited it to 4 players. I know, revolutionary. But they are going to be having to get on with proceedings as Evolutions do try and move out to the east side. They're going to go past Puerto Paraiso on that south road rotate and moving on with 3 players still standing. A couple of other jousts, spike outs towards teams who are making their moves towards the south, but nothing fatal as of yet. But I am seeing TBSS as well, just making that rotation, as you said, on that dirt road towards El Zahar, could potentially be locking horns on that north side, but so far, nothing really doing on that northern edge.
Yeah, it's a slightly slow rotate, right? And I think that's where it comes down to, is when you get such a northern playing path on this one, where you're starting out there, you've got to expect the other team's going to make this rotate before you. And if, like you said, I mean, you put it perfectly, John, they were slap bang between a lot of squads. And I think in that moment, it's like you get a vest, you get a helmet, you get whatever weapon you can grab in the moment, and you just move and you figure out utility, etc. later on once you have a bit more of a secure location. They're lucky that Nasty Bullets are rotating on a similar path to them, but are just absolutely giving them all the ground that they'd ever want. These guys are in the convoy right now, so this is fine. It's working out quite well for them. But I imagine eventually Nasty Bullets is going to get sick of their stalkers.
Yeah, have to pull up at some point. Maybe once they hit the circle or close to it, they'll take some shots. Meanwhile, teams that don't have to move anymore, Kodiak and Boars, both really tight in towards the exact middle of this circle. Blank, both moving nice and early, nice and timely into position. And it looks like they are going to be afforded a lot of security for it. Free agents, though, looks like they can't keep themselves away from these two teams. They want a little bit of a scrap to try and fight for this middle position, but no room at the inn. They're turned away and have to fall back to the warehouses over the hill.
Yeah, Shelby sends it. It's fair enough. I mean, that's a very hard position to isolate and attack as well. You got the concretes as well as the house along the way. There's so many places that players can be there. If you're not first, you just have to give it up. And I respect that from free agents, right? Where they understand that we could try and go for this, but it's going to be a bit of a messy engagement on Longhouse. Winnie, though, is not giving up too easily. He's still taking shots over towards free agents, but they're wrapping down towards that southern edge. I think that, honestly, free agents were pretty fast towards the spot. Unfortunately, Kodiak was just a little bit quicker.
Just a little bit too fast and getting ahead of the game. Put themselves on the Longhouse, playing a 2-2 right now. Maybe more like a 2-1-1 as it stands. Two players in this Longhouse, and they've got two more out to the north and northwest of this position. You can see they are split around that area. Do favor the splits somewhat. And we'll see if that is going to favor them as well. Next zone will be revealing itself in the next 30 seconds or so, as we have a rotate from the south side as well, trying to get off of that Patona Island, not wanting to stay close to that south edge.
Boars opting for mega high ground, which I think is completely respectable. A bit of a difficult location to play. If you play this in game, it's like, you know that there are a lot of times when you play this spot, you just get walked up on. And that's hard to deal with a lot of times. So you have to be very much on the ball, right? You got to be on the money with your scouting, which is why you're seeing them just darting from location to location. Next circle does slam right on top of them, though. So Boar's pretty happy with this result here. Kodiak, just wonder how long they're going to hold these two players on the northern side before they move back over towards Longhouse. I think Longhouse is a completely respectable position for them to play. I don't think they need the splits as much here unless they can pick up a couple of eliminations, but even then it's risky, right?
It's difficult choices to make, I'm sure. I mean, for Boars on the top of this hill, you're also relying on teams around you to keep each other back, right? To slow that ascent by proxy of other teams also looking to push on in. And when you're this central on that super high ground, yeah, that's a tricky time. Epsilon, they're in La Cobreria, Blank. I don't know if they got the memo as to where the circle is, but it is not there. They're going to have to make a fast rotation now down towards the south side.
Ooh, Nasty Bullets make their way up, but immediately get shut down by Kodiak, who, again, are ridiculously accurate. You know, just instantaneous pot shots towards them. Got put down almost immediately. Does some really long shots as well, man.
Yes. Looking to keep that suppressive fire going on. Spot the vehicles dipping in, keeping the heads bowed. And keeping their split for just a little bit longer. Going around very dynamically here. Cars trying to pre-fire on the ridgeline, but not really connecting here. Free agents, oh dear, TBSS rocking up behind them on the rotate, and free agents turned away by Kodiak now have more than they bargained for, and they are taking heavy fire. But as are TBSS, to be fair, 2 players down on either side.
It's not terrible. Golden Guardian, though, holds down the weapon. Will find himself a little bit of hip fire magic. A little bit of damage going through. 4 elims right now for Golden Guardian. But all 77. does he have to put the T in the name? I'm saying anyway.
Yeah, well, you know. It's their fault if they name themselves something different and then we say it, you know.
77.
77.
It's not 77, it's 77.
7T7.
And then you got player number 1.
Ah, yeah. That's true. Player
Classic.
01. Love that guy. Oh,
But
man.
we do have Hoxie on this team. An old favorite. Looking to lead this team to higher heights. Again, I always love watching PMCO Western Europe. It's really fun, like watching a lot of like the new players really stamp their mark on the game, and then also watching a lot of our returning players. You know, maybe be mentors for a lot of these younger squads. So it's good to see. It is good to see. Right now, Team Rain playing on that northern side, and we do get another shift downwards. A lot of space still taken out on this one by water. So Boris' position becomes really precarious now because everyone wants a piece of that pie.
I think Rayner seeming to want to try first to get closer to them. But drawing themselves a little bit short, and probably rightly so. Kodiak now actually much further towards the edge, still maintaining their 2-1-1 split though, Blank. They are still so steadfast in wanting to go for this. So maybe I have to take back what I said at the end of that last game. Maybe it is just their general set play, is play as far as you can from one another and just see what we can do. In the meantime, free agents still giving it good, and over towards Hoxie, finding the first frag. Alex steps out with the DBS, looks for a chance, but going to be shut down by 7T7. Hoxie will have fallen, but the Golden Guardians rally around their teammate now. Just Shelby left to stand for free agents. I don't think you want any more of this pie. Hoxie falls, but 3 players stand tall for the Golden Guardians.
Yeah, Shelby's going to send it. Leave them to it in this location. He doesn't want anything to do with Golden Guardian, leaving them to guard their position. They've just been stolen from. So I do think for Shelby, it's the right choice to make. You know, you try and save the RP on this one and get yourself some more points.
Get this one going a little bit deeper. Single points really can matter, and I mean, you saw it right at the end of that last match with the point denial. Even for teams like Kodiak, they're aware of how much a single point can swing results. It's especially over such a short match set when you're playing 12 matches for each of these teams. Obviously, we're going to be watching 18 matches, but each of our teams is only going to be playing 12. Well, I was going for 16, and then I remembered there were 2 more. But yeah, either way, you're playing over a 12-match set. A single point is a massive difference maker when it comes to that bubble. So getting 1, 2, 3 points on a slightly worse off game is huge.
Yeah, every match you get like 4 points on, it's just so much value to be gained off the back of that. Where a lot of teams will get these big games, but then they'll go underneath the radar, and by the time you get to that 5th match, if you get 4 points every single match, they've just had one 20-point game, you're already almost caught up to them in terms of point scoring. So yeah, consistency is always the main thing to have in these matches. The further you can get into it, the better. Epsilon Axe, incredibly late rotation. I don't think anyone is going to dispute us on that.
No, they got the memo very, very late. They've rotated in, and they are paying the price for it. It is nasty to try and make your way in on this western side. The hills are already full. No real paths for them to make their way forwards. We'll see what they're able to do. Maybe they're able to get a cheeky pick and find a rundown somewhere, but the next circle's going to come on in, and the zone is starting to do a lot of damage there. The Boars do keep their high ground in, but Kodiak thrown a bone on that northeastern side and actually fairly isolated and alone in that location. There's this sort of area of emptiness that sits between them and the Boars high ground on the south side. Everybody already moving further towards the coast.
Well, I think the thing is with Kodiak is that emptiness is a byproduct of their own gameplay, right? Whenever anyone's got close to them, they've taken shots, they've been very accurate, and they've forced people to leave from those locations. They're going to regroup on a 2-2 split here, maintain even more space, and I think it's just hard for teams to push them. So there's always going to be a lot of space to play around on Kodiak just because they have been so accurate, just because so many teams have challenged them and then been forced away, which is creating this real big glut over towards that western side. We do finally lose Epsilon Axe, which I think is fair enough, right? That rotate is just, it's way too slow.
Yeah, it was very much not quick enough off the mark. In the meantime, though, on the south side, more conflict as the Soul Reapers, who Didn't manage to get beyond Novo in that last match, coming up against the Boars on a hot drop. Now have a chance against Vincere Mortem, who have shown that they are not afraid to get stuck into the fray. As well as the backstop being challenged by Ritzy. This is 3 teams now. Enigma on his own, going up for the peak and trying to get a shot down. It's a bit risky for my liking, but has managed to jump away and maybe play off the other angles for the rest of his team. Again, not connecting on the spray, and they're just backing up, giving ground after they've missed these sprays coming on through.
Reapers moving off the back of this one. They're going to run directly over towards Vincere Mortem, but Eric will at least find himself a decent spot to play, drop the smokes down, but this is not a forever home, right? This is not a forever home at all. Nasty Bullets fall prey to SWAT Europa. This is over towards that northwest side, and they do finally go down because of it. So an unfortunate proceedings for them, and even more space denied again by Kodiak on this northeast edge.
The Soul Reapers again just getting outclassed in this gunplay. They are trapped between 2 players, but they've had a lot of time to deal with Vincere Mortem on this south edge. Ritzy capitalizing nicely, though. And we'll spot Enigma as well, leaving 2 players alive for the Soul Reapers. Seeing how far they can go in this match. Again, we're talking about single point bonuses, single point benefits in these spots, and that's made all the harder when you lose the 3rd of your 4 players. But you are in the circle with that final player. Maybe a survival game is possible. Uses that medkit. It was the only... he only had a medkit and no first aids there, so maybe a bit early to be popping that one.
Yeah, well, you know, you get 100 to 0'd. Maybe better than getting 75 to 0'd, right? You live a little bit longer in engagement. Again, it's a... You do prefer to bring stims with you, but you got none left. That's the only thing to go for. Vincere Mortem, I don't think we can really understate how good their firepower is. I think some of the decision making is maybe a little bit lacking, but it's game 2, so I don't want to make any assumptions too early. Right now, both games we've seen Vincere Mortem just rock up on teams and been able to take them out, so we'll see what happens in this one. I might be pleasantly surprised, who knows.
All right, Circle not really favoring the high ground anymore. Goes into the dip, the mouth of that bridge from Partona. Actually, pretty powerful right now. The compound that sits just to that north side is fairly defensible. When you're holding off multiple teams, I think a straight crash with no one really around might be a little bit harder, but for now, I think that central location might just do pretty well. We're hopping on board with SWAT, though. You said you liked them. Looks like they like their chances up against this point from Boars. They've taken down Ragnazada already on the approach, and this is where you said it was vulnerable to these walk-ups coming on through. SWAT taking first crack.
Yeah, I mean, Team Rain hears this too. As soon as you lose a player here on the side of Boars, it becomes so difficult to hold out this position. Meantime, got shots coming all over the place. Crispy goes down. That's from OSGF. SWAT Europa start to move up. Ragnazada actually somehow still alive. They're delaying a lot here, but I think Boars realized that they can't afford to get him up. He's just providing scouting potential for them in the front line right now, John.
Yeah, trying to noob trap. Go for the res. Now you're going to lose 2 instead of 1 there. Boars not going to fall for it. They're going to hold their line and try and face off against SWAT. Battering down the door of their position that they've held for quite a while. Old school on the mouth of the bridge, though. This is that compound that I was talking about that they're going to try and hold on. Ooh, Vincere Mortem. Actually, a lot of damage done by the last player from the Soul Reaper. They're going to try and get the assist coming on through from Evolution as well, who swung down on that eastern side, and they are playing underneath the bridge. That is theirs to hold, and 3 players on the inside. How many can this nade take away? Will they be able to find anything? There's actually... Oh, okay. It's going to be more damage pouring on in from the off angle on the east side as well. Going to stop Evolution from pushing down fairly safely. The Kimi actually moving in might be able to get a res or 2.
It's not a terrible Molotov. I mean, he just needs to post it a little bit further. That one is better, though. Just lock him in for a nade toss. He wants to throw it. And it will be on target, just a little bit short. We'll find the flush, though, at least. Dakimi re-rezzing up his teammate. Bryce here also getting rezzed up. For Vincere Mortem, they'd love to finish this off right now. Give him so much more space to work with. He's supposed to stay a little bit further in. That one's fantastic. Another re-knock. Has to just spray into the smoke here. He steps out a little bit too far, but luckily, Dakimi is able to quick switch over towards the M4 just in time.
The res has come through, but not in time to keep Dakimi now. He saved the other two. What can they do for him in turn? Because Team Demon now, who will take his shots towards Evolution, going to take a crack at the players under the bridge who have taken up that mantle. Vincere Mortem starting to wane now. As the nades pour on through, Team Demon capitalize on a third party, sweep down on the south side. I think they've left one on the backstop, though, and may actually just lose Aza. No, he's able to get out of there just in time, but the Golden Guardians still maybe have more to say.
SGF, what a pickup on this one. Old RQ compound as well. They pick themselves up on this side. That is a very old school reference, by the way. But in the meantime, it is Shum getting taken down, not by Team Demon, but a player in the back from the Soul Reaper. The Soul Reapers and the Demons assisting one another against Vincere Mortem. But I do think for Team Demon, this is not a bad place to play right now. It's going to keep them safe for a long, long while. There's no real threats around them to take too many pot shots. It is interesting that 20 still playing on this northern side. I guess just waiting to see if Team Rain wraps over towards the east. But it's very unlikely. Very unlikely teams still coming from that northern edge now.
Yeah, they're going to be broken on that approach. It's really the top of the hills that could potentially control that ground. And those places are starting to wane. But again, 3 elims for Kodiak, and they are keeping things on going on that northeast side. That open ground around them. They've been able to hold it at arm's length, but now they do need to start to get stuck into it. The question is direction from that northern side. Team Rain as well with the north side approach. Looking to move past the Boars, who did lose one, and they've taken another knock, so having a tough time of it, defending on all of these players, taking chunks out of them.
I mean, for Boars, it is surprising they're still alive on this one. Playing this position as 3, so difficult. I mean, they've had to wrap now back towards the buildings. That's their only option they have. They have to leave now as the circle shifts over towards that eastern side. It really does bolster OSGF's position. They're loving life right now. They're a little bit further on that low ground. So again, for Kodiak, they still could wrap over towards the hillside on the west and play off the back of that. Rob steps up and will get put down by Mihai.
Doesn't normally miss those shots. Rob's not looking on form today, unfortunately, but Snowix is there for retribution. Has got teammate at his back, but that's low HP. Darting in through the smoke now. Has it all to do. Snowix wants to challenge. Doesn't quite find it. Instead, dips back. Goes for that first aid. The nade goes long on him. Does get the knock onto the teammate. Bully now steps up for the fight. Snowix turns it around. Goes for the spray. Doesn't connect fully. And it's off on the off angle there. Anna stays alive for the team. Rain keep things together. They lose. Well, the 1 to a knock, I think. No, they should be able to get this res, actually. Playing on as 4. Mitza is going to be resable here. Kodiak not flexing out in time to get that third party, but it looked like they were salivating. They wanted it.
Absolutely did. SWAT Europa tries to move over towards Team Demon. Wants to wrap through Team Soul Reapers a little bit earlier. Obscuro will find Azar. They're holding their own. This is always a horrible space to play. And I mean, 4 grenades on Kaya here could be the big difference maker. In the meantime, Kodiak getting lit up. And will go out with just a 1 placement point and 4 elims.
What a massive spray down from the high ground as they try and move in towards GR. Rain takes shots behind them. They get caught in the mixer. No one is above the rest of this lobby. No matter how strong you purport to be. Now Golden Guardians up to 10 elims on this south side. They moved in to play around this bridge. SWAT trying to hold out with Eclipse on this bridge line, but it is really not going to go well. The nade not quite connecting. Dodging just behind the buggy, but the bullets do connect finally. And that is Golden Guardians up to 11 elims blank. We're having some big totals to kick things off.
There we are. It's kind of surprising, actually, that nade doesn't take down Eclipse when it did. But for Golden Guardians, they've been playing out this game fairly well, right? 77 and player 0-1. Not the big names you'd expect, but still getting good work done here in our games. It is OSGF, though. How can they play this now? They're not very warm in this game, though. They've kind of just sat inside of this compound for a long, long while. But it is the type of position that just wins you games, right?
It's a potential stomper for them, but they do have to hold the nerve. Anna jumps behind the crates to keep his legs intact, but Does find a little bit of shrapnel sent his way. An unexpected angle is found, and that should be an easy flush coming through from Ana. Dips back in behind the cover, looks for the refrag. No, not going to find it. Already got that reload off. Trying to pop the heal, but being bothered. And on the off angle, not really being suppressed for it. Ana still wants more of the action. 18 rounds now left in the M4, and it's not going to be enough. XYZ turns the corner, and the auto shotty takes him down. Mitza, I've got to question where he was in this fight, because Ana was doing so much.
Yeah, I mean, his position there was sort of unhelpful. Let's put it that way, right? I think for Ana, he was doing a huge amount in that front line for them. Almost found the two-piece as well. I think he had a great pre-fire on that one. Even baited him out by popping the first aid kit to get the sound cue off and then immediately pulling back out the M4. But yeah, there's something Mitza was really there to help whatsoever. Even if he was just on the doorway, I mean, that could have been the kill right there for them. God's Reborn. The gentleman going down to the blue zone. Not likely he makes it out of this. And now it's Golden Guardian looking up the hill over towards OSGF. I think right now, the question isn't whether OSGF can win, it's whether they can lose, right? How do they fumble this game?
Well, if they don't move out fast enough and they don't take control of the ground, Golden Guardians aren't going to miss a beat. They're already up to that roadside. They're already up to the ridge lines. And controlling open ground, often in these final circles, especially with a finish like this where it closes fully central, can be a massive benefit to them. I'm going with the Golden Guardians here. I'm going with my gut. I'm saying that they've got this one, especially now that QWERTY's moved out onto this ramp angle. It's going to be so difficult to get rid of him unless XYZ takes those shots and wins that trade.
We'll see what happens. We will see what happens. Again, I do think it requires OSGF to play pretty badly here for them to go down. Decent util on board. I mean, one nade, one molly, fair few smokes as well, so they do have an ability to get out of here. And that's what it affords you playing in a building like this, is you've got so much util to work with because you haven't had to use any. And teams are really trying to push you on this position. Pre here will take some shots down the hill over towards player one. 77 starts to maneuver his way up to assist QWERTY on the ramp.
XYZ moving as well on that northern edge. Up to the tractor, might be able to hit the deck in time, gets behind the wheel. Safe for now. Does have 3 nades, drops a smoke or 2. Keep himself nice and happy. First aid there. Heads back over once the smoke has bloomed. So not going down just yet. But Old School now starting to flex out into the open. No helmet though, and only a level 1 armor coming through for Nightmare. So could potentially be vulnerable to that angle. Now you see the roadside, a major feature of this one. We'll be closing fully, and a big pickup over on towards the back lines coming through from Old School. Player one able to land that shot. I think the tides may have turned. The center of this circle more in control of Golden Guardians now.
Yeah, again, they do need to go out onto the roadside, right? That is the big problem for them. But I'd somewhat start to agree with you here, John, is that it is looking a lot better for Golden Guardian. Mainly just because of how well they're playing. For OSGF, they really haven't done much from this spot. I think there's plenty of opportunity that they could have flexed out from here, taken shots, but they have lost every single trade.
There's potential here to tie the points tally from that first match if they're able to find all of these elims. Blank, they would be able to get up to 16 elims and 10 points, put them on 26 points. That's exactly how many points we saw earned by Kodiak in match number 1, despite them not getting the chicken dinner. And that would be quite the answer coming through for the Golden Guardians. There's the first, there's the second. 77 wants to go for more. Looks for the third. The high ground, he's leaving it to his teammates to deal with, and he's looking pretty good with it, but does go down finally. There's player one to light up on the off angle. All 3 players down low, and it's a 1v1v1. Blank, and through all the chaos, there's managed to be 2 elims found over towards the Golden Guardians. Nightmare doing huge amounts of work from the high ground.
It's odd, right? Why do we wrap south on this one? I mean, you've got the smokes to work with. You wrap over towards XYZ. You clear him. And now Nightmare's fallen down. Player one's got a nice nade in hand. Does post it, but posts it long. Gets a little bit of damage done. Unlikely getting Chill Guy back up again. Player one drops a Molotov. Stops the approach off the back of this one. I think he's got him dead to rights here.
Should do. There's the shotguns, but XYZ from up top, blank! The solo survivor. We were talking, is it going to be the team in the compound, or is it going to be the team around the bridge? No, the solo survivor at the top for the winner chicken dinner. A beautiful third party to close it down for GR Esports. A win that nobody saw coming.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, it was really as easy as XYZ. I do think it's a strange one for Gods Reborn. I don't think they expected that to win that one. I think they thought that OSGF would start sending smokes, deny the sightlines coming through from the guys on the other side, rock up towards them, clear them off that spot, but they just prefer to stay indoors, man, the entire time. For Golden Guardian, though, a great game. I think that out of the three of them, I think we got to put some respect on Golden Guardian there. Really, really well done. I just think it's a bit sad for them that they wrap South on the road, which, again, it's a death sentence for OSGF. I don't know why they did it.
I mean, you could see just how much longer XYZ survived than the rest of the team as well, with Gentleman being the player to be the closest survivor, and that was a 4-minute difference between those two. So holding out for 4 minutes on your own in a final circle like that, with teams all around you, that's not an easy feat. And maybe one day we'll get to see XYZ in the flesh, but for now, he's staying mysterious. Look at him, that helmet. Looking pretty good right now, though, with the points added to their tally, and 9 elims as well for GR, so pretty happy with that to boot. Nicely done. 3 airdrops looted, and maybe that little bit more of a rotational stage of the map aided in picking those up. Of course, fairly low longest elimination, though, so close range despite it being Miramar.
See here, head-to-head, 15 eliminations for Golden Guardian, an excellent game from them. But for Gods Reborn, I mean, they took their chance, they ran with it. It's a great little pseudo compound they set up with the vehicle on top of the tractor. Yeah, you can't fault it, really. But again, why didn't OSGF clear that spot? Why did they just smoke train over there and then just 4-man trade off the one guy? It is a bit of a head scratcher, John. It's definitely a head scratcher.
Yeah, it's, well, no takes backsies. That is a chicken dinner, guaranteed.
That's true,
OSGF,
yeah.
They can't have another go at it. I mean, and that is... Some would say the beauty. I would say potentially the liability of a 12-match set. Sometimes you do just have those weird pop-off performances that see you sailing straight on through. GR may have just had that thrown to them. That bone will be something they will be mighty pleased for. MVP, though, goes to 77. We saw that light up on that off-angle blank, nearly taking all 3 of them down himself. Did go down right towards the end there, but some real nice stuff coming on through. You can see the top players from that last match. And the fact that XYZ is actually second on this table, I mean, it's to his credit, right? They did have some fights to deal with, and they did make it work. I think it was Kodiak who crashed on them on the north side.
Yeah, I think for Gods Reborn, they did a really, really good job. Like you said, Kodiak crashed on them. I think they had some help from Team Rain taking out Kodiak, but either way, from their position, they sort of limped into the circle, and XYZ was able to patch himself back up again, put a splint on his leg, and then make it on from there. But the thing was, I think he created enough of a nuisance on that northern side that OSGF were really quite scared to challenge him every single time, and even popping their vehicle, popping the wheels on the vehicle, pushing into a position where he could play cover down towards the south and that side facing over towards OSGF. Really set himself up perfectly for that end game for a second place, if not the first.
Taking a look at the points here. 4 teams in double digits there. And whether you think they deserve it or not, Old School were able to get 10 points on that match. SWAT as well, 8 points there, doing some nice stuff. They were one of the teams down towards the south. But Boars and Kodiak not able to live up to that first match, despite having 2 kind of prime positions towards that mid game, right? They had a lot to control, and I think the Boars position was potentially more difficult, as you were talking about during that match, to hold on to, but Kodiak not really able to capitalize. A little bit of a helpful leather dash over towards the compound and got taken down by GR. But that's not going to stop 20 from riding high off of his first game result and taking that top spot still under his wing for today.
Yeah, again, I think for Kodiak, though, let's go back a little bit, because it is interesting to go over what happened on their side. Is that they claimed, like you said, they claimed the entirety of the northeast. I think they could have easily played out towards where Golden Guardian went for, but instead, like you said, it was a bit of a Hail Mary over towards that compound, which is totally unnecessary. I think as Kodiak, from what they've displayed to us with the gunplay, the rotations, at least on that first match, it doesn't make sense that they go for that crash. They could have quite simply just slowly rotated down towards the southeast, cleared teams there. You're greedy on that one because you should know there's teams still playing up on that high ground that get involved on that side of the building. They decided to crash. So yeah, I think it was a bad play from Kodiak.
Yeah, it's not gone well for them. But it's interesting, Blank, that we see our top 2 teams not be the chicken dinner winners from our first 2 matches on these overall standings. I mean, you can see the Boars obviously getting their middling chicken dinner after a solid performance on Erangel, not really able to push too much further. GR as well. They did still do a decent chunk out of that last match, but almost all of their points came from that one single game. It's Kodiak and Golden Guardians, the high elim teams who are topping the tables right now, which is a much higher variance gameplay style. You kind of expect that in the early stages of tournaments like this, but with only 12 matches to play for each of our teams over this 18-match stage, it's potentially going to get you quite far. It's going to potentially take you the entirety of the distance. As we drop down to the second page, this is the bottom side of our standings.
Yeah, I think for Boars as well, that last game, once Vagdazada just go down there, it is so over, right? It's so over in that position. I think it's such an important spot that Vagdazada plays that he almost has to never look for kills. And we didn't quite get to see what he went down to there. He might have got caught off guard, but yeah, that's the position that you need not to get knocked, right? That's the spot that has to not die. So it is unfortunate for Boars because immediately after that, you see both Team Rain and another squad just post up on the outskirts of that mountainside. Yeah, tough stuff. Very, very tough stuff.
Too much ground trying to be held there, unfortunately. And you are really relying, as you say, on those single plays. We've had our first 2 matches today, Blank. We've got 4 more still to come. And the next match is Rondo. And buckle in because it does get messy at the start of these matches. Those recall beacons active. Teams can get stuck straight on in. You were talking about how in other regions, they've been going hell for leather into it. I'm sure that this club open's not going to be any different. So make sure you stay tuned. We're going to be going to some highlights from that last match. Have a little bit of a break before we get ready for the chaos that is Rondo. Don't go anywhere. Hello and welcome back whilst we get ready for Rondo. It is going to be one hell of a ringer and maybe even more of a slobber knocker, if you can believe it, than our earlier matches today. Blank, we've been treated to some right royal rumbles so far. We'll see if that's going to continue over Rondo.
Yes, we will. Obviously, so far, it's been great. Honestly, it's been really, really good. I mean, there's definitely some people who have differentiated themselves from the pack, but it's only been 2 matches. So all can change over time. We'll wait and see, honestly, because it's that consistency that we're looking for here. But we're getting straight into game. We're not messing around. Like John says, we're ready for Rondo.
Oh yeah, with the recall beacons enabled, it's sure to get down and dirty early in this match. Expect hot drops. I'm looking at Neox Factory. I'm looking maybe not towards Test Track, but Stadium potentially a little bit more of a hot drop. We'll see. Neox Factory, though, definitely, seemingly, the place to favor. And the plane path, the single plane path, takes us straight on over the head of it as well. We'll see where the teams opt to send their Lone Ranger outposts to boot to see if they can get those recalls off.
Obviously, Neox Factory, like John says, is the big landmark here. A lot of teams will head over towards. We saw a lot over towards other tournaments during this year where you have 3, potentially even 4 teams dropping in Neox Factory. And then you have one outpost that goes long towards a res beacon. And you try and soak up as many points as possible. And with the playing path, absolutely offering it up to players. You're going to see a lot over towards Neox Factory early in this game, but not so much down towards the southwest side. This is actually a little bit of a tough circle. No one really wants to play over towards Muhopan, Hime Town. These are not the ideal starts of the game. You can certainly go there for a res beacon, but a lot more teams would like to get down towards Danqing, Tinlong Garden, these sorts of places on the map. So we'll see where everyone does end up. You can already see a lot of teams splitting off as a 3-1 right from the beginning. I see Vincere Mortem heading that way over towards Yongu, as well as OSGF heading down towards Tuling, as well as free agents down towards the bottom side of the map. There's a lot of teams in Neox Factory. I think I've got to correct myself on how many actually want to make their way over here.
I think we should start doing sweeps on how many teams are going to land on Neox every time we see a Rondo blank, because it is seemingly getting more and more. Whoever gets bolder with the prediction is going to have a good time on it. Golden Guardians, they have lost one, but they have a recall all the way out with 7T7, all the way on up. 3 points already for Vincere Mortem. 2 points for Kodiak. 3 points as well for the Golden Guardians. The recalls are starting to come on through as well very, very early on. Of course, if you're a solo, it is top billing to try and get those points back on board. Boars, they wanted to stay out of it. Over towards Stadium, but it seems like the Soul Reapers just will not give them a rest today. Unfortunately, though, it's not rest they need, it's points, and that is exactly what they're able to find against the Soul Reapers. Wait, was that a full team wipe? No, it's just a flush. Okay, hang on a minute. I got ahead of myself there. Of course it's not. They have solos on the outpost.
Yeah, absolutely everyone does. So this is just going to be the inflation of points right now, but Reborn will try and find themselves a little bit more kills, eliminations to boot off the back of this one. We'll jump around the side. What a shot coming through. That is very impressive from Blue here, from Gods Reborn. Coming right off the back of a win as well from XYZ, who is sadly down, but not before he put 3 players in the ground.
Some very early elims being racked up. Actually, quite a hefty tally, Blank. Within the first 3 minutes of this match, we're seeing close to 20 elims already found, and probably a couple more as Ritzy lights them up, lines them on the staircase. But there is an answer. Not too sure where that came from, but he drops through the skylight. Maybe not able to find that point conversion. Not going to find the connection either for Old School. Denied earlier on. It looks like the ground floor is going to have to deal with proceedings in the meantime. Has got the hop out on cover. Spots him trying to get back in through the window. And that will be another point added to the tally for Old School. Blank, this is a really hefty point tally early on in this match.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. I think a lot of times we see, I think it's 86 to 88 points total coming through on a Rondo. But this is massive amount of points coming through from every single team. Kodiak finding a little bit more off the back of this one, up to 4 eliminations now, but it has been really, really fun to watch. Team Rain now going against Epsilon Axe, who had a pretty shocker of a last game there on Miramar. Bully, though, wrapping around the right side, but it's a fantastic pre-fire from Epsilon Axe to take him down, and Team Rain now will need to find themselves a res.
Yeah, trying to get themselves back up. That shouldn't be too difficult. Moving on in, there's still plenty of area left to find yourself those points coming on through. I think we're up to 29 elims now, Blank, and if all of those get recalled, that is just pure gravy on the points totals for our teams. Some teams more happy to see that than others. As you can see, Kodiak keeping control of their top spot right now with 4 elims on the match so far.
Not bad at all. God's Reborn will find themselves another up to 6 elims on the game. Very, very well done, the Gods Reborn. Getting a lot of momentum off that last match, right? Really, really nice stuff for them. The Soul Reapers are down 1 in Doris Love. They will be pushed off from where Balls were playing, and now currently up against the Gods Reborn. Be running away from that one too. So overall, not been the most fantastic of starts. But taking a look at the circle, because we haven't really talked too much about this so far, considering there has been such a ridiculous amount of fighting going on around the map. It is over towards that northeast side, which does have this big old river that intersects it in the middle, stops a little bit around the western side of Miramar. But this is not an easy circle to play. You know, this could head over towards that northeast side, in which case it is a lot of unplayable up towards that edge of the map. And Zone 2 is going to be the big decider on this one. For the time being, I'm just sort of amazed about the amount of action that's currently going on in this early game.
I mean, we're already up over 30 elims earned so far, Blank. I'm not going to continue counting right now because there are going to be so many. Normally, well, certainly in the previous seasons, we were seeing it get up towards the mid-20s in terms of those extra... I like to call them bonus elims, I guess, because they do just get recalled back into the lobby to be earned again later on, eventually, through the proceedings of the match. But the fact that we're already up and over 30 is crazy. I mean, we're pushing up towards territory of maybe even seeing 100 elim game? Maybe? Could be on the cards. If it keeps going like this, it might just go that way. Goodness me.
It really does depend, right? It really, really does depend when you're going to have teams splitting off from these positions, because it's overall just the amount of players that are going to be sending over towards this location and whether they re-engage on it, right? Because you can get the res off on the sidelines, but then do you come back, right? Do you come back? That's the question. Old School, though, only playing on Neox. They've held this position quite a while, and this is a team that has come back for another stay-in over towards this spot right now. Some good shots, but not quite able to seal the deal.
Good discipline on the angle. SWAT holding their nerve now. This is the time where teams will start to maybe over-regroup, but I think towards Neox Factory, a bit overzealous even for the most confident of teams. And that is going to necessitate a recall coming on through. Over towards Tinlong Gardens still for Old School, so they do have quite a way to go. They'll have to maybe cross through Jadina City. That river that you talked about earlier, Blank, I feel like it's much less crossable, especially on that northern side, than the rivers that we see in other maps. There's such drastic terrain around it. You're kind of isolated to those bridges in terms of permanent rotation routes, right? You can maybe hide in and amongst it, but yeah, getting across, much more tricky.
Yeah, and even if you do get some outposts over towards Muhopan as well, it's like that's a position where you can just get sprayed down on the cross over the bridge. Luckily, there's no one really playing up there right now, so potentially for Ritzy, they can get themselves over towards that northern side, come through Concia, and then head their way down towards a pretty likely location, which is on the high ground that's just underneath Muhopan. But again, it depends on the next circle, because we could have this one heading all the way down towards the southwest side, but it says it's a bit more down towards the south. So this is much easier to play, I would say. It's still indecisive in terms of where the river's currently played, around Neox Factory. And there's only a few really strong positions, right, in terms of the compounds that are playable. And this river is the big thing. Like, all this water kind of throws things into flux in terms of the middle of the circle, right?
Yeah, it creates such a funnel south of, west of Mehran. Trying to get in through that ground is going to be treacherous. At the moment, Kodiak have got an outpost controlling a recall beacon on that north side. Rain are trying to move in the middle of it all as well. As Vincere Mortem And I think we're going to start to see teams lose players permanently now, Blank. This is the sort of situation where it does get too dangerous to flex back out for a recall if you don't already have one under control. I think that's what we're going to start to see. So expect to feel teams bleeding out a little bit more now.
This has been a good roll-up coming through from Balls as well. They do have a team coming in from their southwest side. That's the Soul Reapers they have to worry about. Vasquez currently trying to hold them at bay, but there's some shots coming through, and instantly Zaza's through the window. Does find the pickup on the S12K. A nasty bullets do end up sending Salazar out. He's going to be looking for a res beacon to get the rest of the team back up again. But the Boars are having a good one off this one. 8 elims already on the game. That is a really, really good showing from them so far. Catching up to that marker that Kodiak set earlier on in the day. Really
quite a far reach of a marker as well. The lack of conversion into match 2 didn't play well for them, but here's another opportunity. They're already on 4 points here for Kodiak to keep themselves going. Nice and fed up. And they'll see if they can keep that top spot just out of arm's reach. And again, this isn't necessarily a tournament that is about that top spot, but there is pride on the line, Blank. And I think if you're able to beat a team like Boars in a situation like this, I think that's going to be some pretty hefty bragging rights moving forwards to try and secure yourself a spot in and towards going towards PMGOs later in the year, having a good time, and not to mention the potential to earn PMGC points as well, right at the end of those qualifiers. We'll see that some of those earned for the first time.
Yeah, which is great to see in terms of your international prospects across the world. One thing about this circle, though, I think we're going to quickly mention, is that there are some shallows down towards that south side that you can cross, but this is one of the circles where it is hard to wrap. On the north and the south edge. It's one of the few circles where it is really hard to wrap, in fact, because of the water involved. Again, there is shallows down towards the south side you can move on. This makes things a little bit easier, but a lot of teams do need to cross that southern road. That's where a lot of the rotations will happen. So if you're on the western side or eastern side, likely where you're going to be playing for the rest of the game right now. And you're going to have to suck it up and play those areas. It's not easy to rotate fully round on this one.
And I don't think either of those places is better or worse than the others, really. I mean, it's very difficult to call right now. East or west, there's nowhere that's particularly happy with this shift. I mean, maybe Gods Reborn on that south side, just controlling some of the shallow areas. Maybe the team that is able to win out towards Lo Huaxing and move down could potentially be in for one. As well as that recall beacon still under control by Kodiak. They're pretty happy about that. Free agent, they're looking for the roll-up, though. They want to get on into the mix. One goes down, traded off on the wall. Able to keep himself alive for the time being. Smoke's going to be dropped out as well, backing up the player on the wall. And this should be resible onto Alex here, as free agents able to catapult themselves into the fight successfully.
Yeah, it's a big pull-up. Very, very big pull-up coming here from free agents. And a good amount of damage. Just over towards Miramar on the south side. Getting a position like this is nice in terms of being able to play here and then move out towards the west a little bit later on. I think Gods Reborn having the best time of it. They've got a fantastic position to play out the rest of the game from. They have a couple of teams surrounding them, including SWAT Europa. But we'll zero back in on this one. 77 did go down instantaneously res, by the way.
Ooh, bit of a bounce on that one. Couple of the smokes out. Keep themselves nice and covered. Free agents taking a lot of damage. Is that from a side angle? Golden Guardians able to get the flex out. And this is go time, but a lot of damage sent towards player one might just slow the roll. And 77 goes down, gets flushed. Free agents keeping themselves together. A nade out towards Hoxie's ankles does manage to do some damage, but not the full Monty. Not going to be able to find it fully just yet. Hoxie with that trade looks for more, but can't find it. Won't look for the flush either. And around the edge, it's just player one to try and handle business. Free agents keep themselves going. QWERTY needs to dash out. I don't think a recall is going to be available, and it might be the Golden Guardians done and dusted.
Yeah, I mean, Supreme there, incredible pre-fires on the outside building with the S12K. We'll put them down. You're right, Golden Guardian will have one final player left. I think free agents have a rough idea of where he is. They don't know exactly, but they know he's off in that direction. Another team is making their way in, though, in TBSS, and this might be more free points for free agents if they can find the right fight with them. Shelby being down, though, there's very limited res beacons left inside the circle, so I don't know how likely it is that free agents get Shelby back up again.
It's going to be difficult. I mean, there is one in Miramar, right? Just inside that circle. There's also one under control on the north side by Kodiak, but that's basically inaccessible. It will be in the next zone as well. And Gods Reborn, once more, in a good spot. The question is, how big of a flex out did Kodiak take to control this east side?
We go for the 1-1-1 split again. Is it the full 4-man springboard action? We'll see what happens. Again, for Kodiak, they've been doing it all day. I love the amount of space they take. It's just what they do with that space afterwards, which is there's a bit of a question mark on it. They have a lot of options, and sometimes they just go for a Hail Mary, which is realistically not what you want to do when you have that kind of position. Right now, Kodiak do hold down this nice position on the northeast side. The Soul Reapers get taken down by Gods Reborn. They're having a great time. I really do think that last game has given them a lot of elation. Allowing stay in this one. Good shots from 20. Finds aim good as he tries to swing past.
A lot of damage to Enigma, but not quite able to finish it. The fact that you can get in through to this location is kind of crazy, but yeah, the multiple angles are going to have spotted this happen. The Boar's not going to miss a beat, taking those shots out towards the Soul Reaper. And more damage to pour in the side. This Rez's potential, though, could come on through. Evolution, in the meantime, this is over in the east side, over towards the north edge of Miramar, to try and move in. Free agents still trying to keep themselves together, repair the cracks that were displayed. As the beacons are not long to stay alive, stay active. Teams are going to start to guarantee themselves lock-in on the player counts that they're on now. Evolution trying to get ahead of the curve, get ahead of this rotation, and stop all of these teams who have holed up inside of Miramar.
It's a good spot to get it done right. If you can get ahead of this, set up a little bit of a blockade, you might have a better time out of this one. Free agents, though, they come under fire. It's too far out on the eastern side. Can't quite make it out. There's so many teams in that location. Kodiak, once again, taking names. Get some eliminations on their side of the map. They control so much. These guys love the northeast, right? It feels like every single game they're playing northeast. They clear that area out for themselves. Old school finding Eclipse from Spot Europa. And they're in a bit of a dire situation, right? Getting out from that location. So many eyes on you. It's tough. I remember we do have the Toblerones in on Rondo, so a lot of cover can be created just by the emergency cover flare alone.
Absolutely. The recall beacons are shut off now, so no recalls to be seen. Player counts are fully locked in, and Kodiak, despite having one under control, have lost a player. They are on 7 elims, however. We have seen what they can do with 3 players before, so hoping for a repeat performance for them. In the meantime, you've got chasers behind them. Look at the performance that's being put in by Gods Reborn and Boars as well. 9 elims and 8 respectively. Although there is a knock towards God Reborn, they should be able to find that res fairly easily. They are on that south side, nice and covered off. Potentially be a little bit more dangerous on this east side. The road out of Miramar is fraught with danger. No one really doing well out of it.
Kodiaks, they're a little bit locked in, though, over towards TBSS. Kind of curious on their rotate out of here. I mean, TBSS still doesn't seem like a too difficult target for Kodiak with how they've been playing today. You can always have these upsets coming through. SWAT Europa have lived a lot longer than I expected on this side, but now they're up against Boars. This is a really big, tough challenge for them.
Rob's needing to get picked up, does just hop into the vehicle, and back they go. Boar's not willing to take this fight over the ridgeline, despite a 1-for-1 knock trade on a team with fewer players in it. They're going to back up, play it sensibly, and move back up towards SnowX to regroup. In the meantime, Cherry Mortem on the southeast side, really stuck into the thick of it, loving to get down with the fights there. 10 elims already on this match. They're the first team to break double digits here in our Rondo Royal Rumble. But they do have a little bit more way to go. They have got more teams to fight through, but they've kept all 4 of their players alive, and that in itself may be enough.
Evolution just going to give it some right here. Send it on the way in the AOT wagon. See if they can make their way over. do find a little bit of a lifeline, but for how long is the big question. 20 makes his way across, actually. I don't know if he wrapped around or went underneath, but Kodiak is dealing with TBSS as expected. And now have a lot better position to play off the back of this one. SWAT Europa finds Old School and shots over towards Euro as well. There's a lot going on the map right now. Goodness me.
Oh, yeah. There was a knock over towards 20, but Kodiak have managed to get a player into position, under covering fire from other angles. As Frizz has that super duper high ground across the lake, very isolated. We'll need all the cover in the world to get across. SWAT on this south side. They've got Old School to their east, using those emergency cover flares. Give themselves a little bit more of an angle choice when it comes to taking these fights. Could potentially be invaluable, but right now it's fairly passively placed, so probably not going to last much longer in terms of pressure. Those knocks, though, do still keep on coming, and Old School now down to one player active. Desperately wanting these reses. Nasty bullets, trade back and forth, and a big nade comes through from Dagimi. Launches
no way.
Straight under the heels of Vasquez as he steps out. Salazar able to slither around the side. Look at Snake Knight with his precise spray down onto the final player there. Look at her take him down inside of the crate. But the last player to stand now for Nasty Bullets. Not going to have a good time now.
Yeah, I think Salazar sort of realized the mistake he was making midway through. He's like, this guy's just posted the nastiest nade I've seen on my teammate. I think I'm going to res him the exact same position. Instead, just goes to the pre-fire over towards him, which makes a lot of sense, right? It does finally win it out, but stuck between a rock and a hard place. It's a tough position to play. Team Rain getting quite far into a lot of these matches. You do have Kodiak playing up on high, still got Frizz on that backline. It's a nasty position. A lot of high ground support off that one. They're having to play off the back of these smokes right now. It's the only way they can live in this spot. They're waiting for the blue zone to push him out, but that's not going to be for a little while here, John.
Zone out to the northwest side. 12 elims for Kodiak. 10 for Gods Reborn. Boar's only on a measly 9 blank. Gah. They need to step it up a notch if they want to keep up with the top spots. And another being added to the tally. That's actually going to be traded back and forth on towards Rain. The two top teams from match number 1 taking turns towards those pretenders with the crown. And the shots come out long. Spray down towards Boars as well from Frizzo.
Yeah, it's a crazy long shot coming through from him. Yeah, Team Rain getting stuck between both Boars and Kodiak. That is not a sandwich you want to be in at all. Robs will pick up a kill for his troubles, though. Up to 10 now on the game. Gods Reborn also on 10. But for Kodiak, play on this northeast side. Incredible match, getting 13 eliminations off the back of this one. Really cool usage of the high ground, too.
Keeping that angle, keeping that sight lines over towards the open ground, but it's going to be pushed off fairly soon. They have to regroup, get back on in with the rest of them. As the sprays start to come through for Gentleman, handling the shutdown over towards the off angle. Cherry Mortem delivering a couple more points. 13 elims now for 2 of our teams, 12 for Cherry Mortem, but they did just go down. So they will not be able to go any further on this one. Blank, these points totals are getting insane. Rondo is a real moneymaker when it comes to jumping up the tables.
That it is. I mean, obviously it does inflate the points a lot here. Boars will be taking a couple of shots of their own. Lose one player. Not down and out just yet. Can still get the res off. Kodiak still playing as 3. Only off it is Mimodal. So it seems like Mimodal is the scout for the team. That makes a lot of sense now with the amount of times he's gone down. So he just plays forward for them, tries to scout position, and then grab whatever they can off the back of that. I think they're quite happy to lose him and play on as 3. Obviously, it'd be much better to play on as 4, but if they can grab valuable intel from what's going on in the circle from Mimodal scouts, fine. Good to go.
Absolutely. Something you definitely need, something you need to be able to play off against. But, I mean, losing a player is always losing a player, and those sight lines, when it comes to controlling open ground, are always invaluable. So sure, you need to make sure that it's worth it with that information that you've been able to feed back over. SWAT, having a tough time. I don't think they're going to be able to get their 3rd player back on up. a little bit too out in the sticks for my liking to go for that recall. As a knock gets sent back over towards them. And actually it's 20 who lands the shot over towards Kashi. Keeps Gods Reborn on their toes just a little bit longer. 10 seconds until the zone touches and gives us zone 7. Shows us where we're going to be going for the next one. And the Soul Reapers, I mean, they've been helped out an awful lot in the middle of this one. But I don't think that's going to last too much longer.
I mean, still for SWAT Europa, what a fortress hold it's been from them. I think they've been absolutely through the war in this game. And the fact that they're still alive in the top 5 is very, very good stuff. Impressive from them to make it this far into the game. The Soul Reapers kept it quiet, but they are in a strong position. But so far, with only 1 point on the day, they desperately need some more out of this. They'll get some placement points, sure, but that's about it, it seems, off the back of this game. It might be down to, once again, the 2 usual suspects in the top 2 with Boars and Kodiak.
In they go, the Soul Reaper trying to hold out, get a little bit of damage extracted from GR. Enigma with the weapon swap can't quite connect for the final blow, but that was much too close for comfort. GR do manage to get across, but here come the third parties. Kodiak and Boars both smell blood in the water, and they want to chow down. Add those elim to the total. Look for a little bit more. Jumping on over, goes through the vehicle, steps out the passenger side. What a hot swap through the vehicle. Nicely held from Kashi. They go in first for the crash, and they're looking to try and hold it on, but the Boars, a little bit more discipline. They know not to go in full hell for leather, and they capitalize now. They've got Kodiak on the ropes.
Yeah, I mean, for Kodiak playing on this position, I think they knew that they smelled blood in the water and just went straight for it. So instead, Boars plays on the sidelines, keeps 2 backstops in play. It's very, very smart play from Boars so far. Wagnazada can't go down here, though. It's the position he has to hold. He just needs to keep SWAT Europa from taking too many shots at his buddies. That's about it. But his whole game plan is not get knocked.
Looking to try and regroup, get back into cover, keep that angle going. Right now, there's only 1 player on the inside, but it is 20 for Kodiak, and we've seen what sort of damage this man can do. Let's see if he can do it again, but in a 1v4v2, not entirely sure. Hops out the back of the compound. Hopefully he's got some stims going. Wagnazada does go down. Blank, you said how pivotal that was for Boars. Now let's see if there's any capitalization.
Yeah, it's a mistake. That is a clear mistake coming from Wagnazada. There is no point taking that shot. There's no one that can trade you. You're peeking into a 1v2. It's just completely not worth it. So now this puts Boars in a very sticky situation where they had this angle. They could hold SWAT Europa out for a long, long while. Now they take down Wagnazada. Suddenly it's a position where they don't have the side swipe onto him. The whole point is Wagnazada can sit here forever, wait for the blue zone to go in. His teammates take a shot from the front, then they have to back off, and that's when Wagnazada can strike. Suddenly you have this rogue player now in the midst of 20 and only 3-year players. It should be the chicken dinner still for Boars, but it's been made a lot harder by that.
I think I can hear Maxman all the way from the mainland because SnowX has the MG3 and he's lighting them up over on the off angle. But actually the point goes over to SWAT. They've been pretty dastardly. Kodiak down in third. They got a hefty elim tally though, so don't feel too sorry for them. SWAT with 13 Boars. I think they're up to something very, very similar, if not exactly the same. No, they're on 12 still, but you can see just how much room SWAT have to work with. The answer is basically 0. They are behind 1 rock, and this position is entirely known. But can they get these pickoffs like they were able to do on Wagnazada?
I still think it's going to be very, very tough task here. That's SWAT Europa.
Oh.
Not if Boars makes that kind of play, though. Is Rob sending forward? And again, they're playing split right now. So SnowX needs to move forward. M79 used to create a little bit of smoke on the front lines. Next one front a little bit forward. I do think that was a missed smoke as well. I think he wanted to get the smoke a little bit further out. Now they lose their peeking opportunity. Kind of ruin their own shots. But Skiro is just going to make the run out. It's a dangerous run out. Zaza still has this angle. Wants to hit these shots.
Does manage to land the first. The second goes out for the spray. It's good. On to the second player now in a 1 versus 2. He is out in the open. A complete broadside. Needs to land the spray down, but just not connecting. The nade bobbles over, and SnowX shuts him down. It's Boars for a second chicken dinner today. A tournament favorite coming on in to this spot on the invite and having A whale of a time to kick things off. 14 elims on our Rondo. There were plenty that stepped up to that sort of metric, but only one team was able to keep it under control in those final moments on the crash on the central compound.
Yeah, really, really well done to Balls off the back of that one. Very good game playing in from that western side. But again, I think the big storyline is definitely SWAT Europa there. They went through the ringer, right? They were getting tumbled all over the place, sent from one area to the next, and hitting all sorts on the way in. But even so, getting themselves second place is extremely impressive. I'm kind of astonished they got that far as the game. So well done to SWAT Europa.
Yeah, and really nice stuff coming on through for them to be able to do that against two of arguably the better teams in the lobby as well. Very nice to find. But the Boars, pretty solid across the board. Robs with that big damage count. Snowick stealing the limelight with those 6 elims though, and able to do quite a lot. And of course, the MG3 at the end there for Maxman. Very nice to see that he is still remembering his roots. He's remembering just where he came from. 109 Nox blank came on through for 102 eliminations. We break the triple digits on a single match, and that is what Rondo delivers. That is a crazy tally to be able to achieve. We were talking about it in the early game, but this is a massive points gain for our lobby as a whole.
Yeah, for everyone. And some teams in particular. I mean, Gods Reborn came off the back of that game with, I think it was 16, 17 eliminations. Kodiak also got a massive game off the back of this one. 16 elims for them, 14 to Boars. But again, won out by the placement points because Kodiak got down in third. So only get themselves 5 placement points as opposed to Boars Gaming with the 10. Overall, though, what a really, really fun game that was. 102 eliminations, so really crazy stuff to witness coming through here. But it does rise, all the ships do rise on this tide. Really a lot of points added to the entirety of the squads, but just for these two groups. So, you know, it could be a very different story tomorrow when we get Group C in, and they're not able to get quite as much value out of Rondo.
No, well, I mean, Rondo is such a big map for the teams competing around that bubble, right? Because it's top 16 that moves forward to the next stage of this tournament. So maybe it's less about the teams that are hyper-performing on Rondo and more about the teams that are going to be middle performers, right? If you're able to get a 17-point match on Rondo just from the elims in the early game, that is brilliant news for a team that is competing for the bubble. And if you could do that on both your Rondos that you play over this 12-match set, it could be a huge result. Oscuro top in the tables coming through for SWAT. 20 still making his appearance and likely going to be holding on to his overall top player position after that game. But here are the match rankings. The points stand thusly. 4 teams with 20 points and over. You're kidding.
Yeah, that's a wild margin, right? I don't think you see that every day. But yeah, Gods Reborn got a lot out of this game with 20 points off the back of a chicken dinner they just got on Miramar. I think they can be very pleased with themselves. SWAT Europa, like I said, what a absolute monster of a game from them that they had to play into and still get themselves second place. But Kodiak overall just been very much undefeatable on that northeast edge. I don't think anyone's really been able to step to them so far. Most of the time you win against Kodiak is when they make a little bit of a Hail Mary play and you capitalize off the back of that. In a 4v4, I'd be curious to see who actually can win out against Kodiak. Every time they've gone down, it's to a third party. Boss Gaming, though, should be able to secure the top spot, I think, off the back of this one. 24 points, or at least a second place.
There sits 20 still up the top of the overall standings, but Nazada hot on the heels there. Still a few elims behind, but the damage, 500 points difference, 5 elims difference. This is oh wait, no, hang on a minute, that's knockouts to elims. Okay, 8 elims difference, so a little bit further on that metric, but still definitely all up on in there. It's much closer the further down the tables you go. Kodiak with 2 reps in the top 5 there, with Frizzo in 3rd.
I mean, again, for Kodiak, they have some very good players on side. But speaking of Wagnazada, that is the second time he's made the similar sort of mistake. And yeah, Boars Game were able to close out this game. They do take second with Kodiak still firmly in the lead with 52 points. Goodness me. But for Boars Gaming, I think Wagnazada needs to be a little bit more trusting in his teammates, right? It's a boring angle to hold. It really is a boring angle to hold, but it has to be done.
Oh, I'm loving that. I think that was incidental, but the pun stands much stronger than Ragnazada did, I think, in that last match. You're right.
I would say so.
Brilliant stuff. Coming on through, GR Esports in third place, doing well. Over to the bottom side of our tables, though a little bit less illustrious on this edge. But Old School, despite getting pretty deep into some of those previous games, still sit in 9th place, 13 points, needing a little bit more from that Miramar. They weren't quite able to squeeze the juice on that one.
Yeah, they weren't. And I mean, that was the game where they were handed all the oranges and just not able to make the juice out of it, which is sad. I do think there could have been a lot more coming through from that one. They looked good at the start of Rondo there, but definitely that flame started to spit out a little bit towards the end.
Yeah, not quite ideal there. But that's 3 matches down, Blank. It feels like it's going like lightning. We've had a pretty rocky start for a lot of our teams, but it has been absolutely action-packed. I think that kind of has been... every single game, we've just seen player after player going into the thick of it. Let's take a look at some of the highlights whilst we get ready for the next match. Couple of the highlights from a crazy Rondo. A Royal Rumble, certainly. Over 100 Elim points earned in that match, which is crazy, considering that normally you only see around 60, right? If not fewer than that, in a normal match with those recall beacons in the game. Obviously, it does add to that tally and really does add to the points earned on match number 3. So expect to see more of that coming on through. Next up, we've got another Erangel, so a return to normalcy. I think that the big change for me is that Rondo is put in match 3, and that kind of only comes into effect when we're talking about smash rulings, right? So that's a little bit later down the line. But we used to have Rondo first in the day, which would mean that you could potentially get one of these really massive games and take the chicken dinner in the second match and just immediately win the tournament. But I think that taking that big earning game out of the first spot, I think is the right decision.
Yeah, I would say so. I think also you get that massive game at the start of the day, especially on day 3. Suddenly you're so far ahead. It gives you a lot of momentum to build for the rest of the day, right? And it means that it's very daunting for teams to look at someone who's so far ahead of them and be like, how can we catch that team up now? So I think it's good.
Yeah, pulling some teams back down with the averages as we head to the original. It's Erangel, the grassy pastures. Again, very one-sided playing path on this one. It was very south last time, much more north on this one. Although I feel North Plains to be a little bit kinder than South Plains. Instead of cutting you out with so much of the water, it doesn't really divide as strongly, but still not super pleasant.
No, I mean, obviously with this circle, it means you can get down towards hospital, and then you can pick up a lot of the spawns of the vehicles and wrap around the western coast towards Primos Ferry Pier, eastern side quarry. So I don't think a lot of teams mind this kind of circle as well. And with Everest being such a big sightline denier, it means you can play towards the eastern side quite comfortably and not have to deal with these teams playing towards hospital in the first place. So I think this is a very, very kind playing path. Unfortunately for us, we are having a hot drop over towards Severny to start things off. I do wonder if teams have pushed out from Pachinki early on here. It's only one squad that's playing in that area, but it will be the Soul Reapers playing up against, I believe that is Golden Guardian on the northern side.
Yeah, it does seem to be the team that's taking them on. Looks like Golden Guardians are going to hit the floor first as well. The Soul Reaper a little bit slower on the parachutes. could be an advantage, depending on what sort of weaponry they're able to grab. The circle pops, we're going back up towards that north side as well, so no huge hurry up on the fight in Severny. But Boars, they've got a hot drop of their own, and it's with the top of the tables. Who other than Kodiak to go for the fight in Yasnaya, and actually getting a knife Elim at the start, coming through for Ragnazada, twisting the blade here. They want that top spot.
That they do. I mean, the quicker they can get it on board, the better. Kodiak already losing a player. Bad news for them, right? They're just going to hot drop them. I mean, this is probably the most efficient way to get rid of Kodiak early in the game, right? It's just hot drop on them. Immediately get yourself one elimination. They do need to play it smart, though. I still think Kodiak is a fearsome squad, even with just one player down. Meantime, we're back on side with SWAT Europa, who have a bit of a battle of their own. Currently going up against, I think that is Gods Reborn.
Yeah, that's the same Pachinki hot drop that we saw before coming on through. This time, though, SWAT able to do a lot of damage towards them, right? Getting those 2 Elims coming on through. And Gods Reborn not going to be super happy about that, especially given their placement on the table. However, with 40 points, they've already done quite a lot to add to their tally, get towards that bubble, and likely see themselves over that point threshold necessary.
Big old... replay. Woo! Okay, I mean, it sort of makes up for it, right? It sort of makes up for it. Okay, Wagnerzada, couple of mistakes, slices a man's face off. He's made up for it.
That's not a sentence I think you ever thought you'd say, but there you are. Nonetheless, we are going to be continuing with that one. Hopefully, a little bit less butchery and more precision coming through. But SWAT need anything they can get. They'll take a cleaver if they can. Kashi wants the nade on in, and there's plenty of points to be earned for bobbling that nade into position. Reload comes through, actually sends it high, baits the nade out wide, and that gives SWAT time to move in. One flush comes on through. Kashi still giving them trouble, taking them very, very low as well. Has another nade on side, doing a lot of damage as we hop into a different fight. It's Team Demon with one player on the outside, trying to find nasty bullets and doing a lot of work. Mustang around the edge, revving the engines. A SWAT still up against the wall in a 1 versus 4, I think, but finally able to clear it out. And Demon as well, winning their fight somewhere else on the map.
Oh my goodness me. Everyone's got Rondo roids right now. This is the problem. I was a little bit too excited after that last match. And we need to cool it off. Like I said, Rozhok is completely clear. Shooting range completely clear. No one's in box compound. There is plenty of space on the map to play, guys. This is outrageous work. Andy Boy, final left alive here for SWAT Europa. No res beacon on this map, so I have to be just going with the one play here versus Gods Reborn. Similarly, in a difficult position. It's a 1v1 here, John. Who can take it?
SWAT with their last representative. Akashi's been doing so much work. Felt like I'm on side with him now. And to be honest, you know, Pachinki hot drops, sticking to them. You got to think they deserve it a little bit, both of these teams getting taken down very, very low. In the meantime, the Soul Reapers up the north in Severny do lose the hot drop fully. And they go down without getting any points in response either. So Golden Guardian's able to keep it up as 4. Kashi is spotted and just finds the shoulder, clips the wings there. And SWAT have to move on with 1. A consolation prize, but a prize nonetheless.
I love how he's like, nice.
Yeah, you played that so well, all 4 of you against 1 player.
Your team's dead. Yeah, your team's dead. I thought it was the case like he was like, I've won the fight, what do I do now? It was solo. It's a rough position to be in. But no, he was doing some aura farming, which is completely reasonable. Well, I mean, is it?
Maybe.
He's won the 1v1. Leave him alone.
Okay.
Leave him alone.
Okay. To be fair, they're in 3rd and 4th place on the tables. Like, it's fine. They'll be okay. 3 points, 4 points. That's okay. You can have some duds, you know? 1 or 2. I'll allow you that. But if you do it again, you're in big trouble.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. We'll see what happens, because right now for Kodiak, somehow it is happy days for him, right? Boars have left them alone, which is not something I expected. I thought the Boars would continue to put the pressure on, But instead, we've opted just to hold on the eastern side, which is unusual considering the circle, right? This is over towards the western edge, which is where Boars would like to go. So if they'd cleared out Kodiak, they would be able to play that area, which is even more interesting. Because back when they were the Gladiators, right? That was the spot that they loved to play in. That's where they loved to play out on that western side. At least for Robs. For Robs. Only player.
Sure.
For Robs.
Yeah. I mean, for Robs. Hopefully they can channel that and play it on. Ritzy, over to the northeast side of school. Again, with this river being such a pivotal difference maker in this map. Still splitting the middle. That east side rotate may be a little bit more free, but with Stalber Hills being as treacherous as they are, it is difficult. As we take a look at a replay, Demon carrying those crates, getting things back in order, keeping themselves happy, some manual labor, keep the muscles fresh.
I get a sentence I expected you to say today.
No, well,
getting someone new in all the time. I'm just sort of surprised by how clustered teams are on this edge of Yasnaya on the lakeside. There's so much area to play, but we're really locked in towards this zone. I mean, fair enough. You want to be as central as possible. You want to be close to those bridges. You want to be able to cross in time just in case this goes towards the north edge, because it isn't decided on which side of the circle this is going to be on.
Free agents taking that split. I mean, you said there were quite a few teams around this area, but probably free agents in one of the stronger spots with that compound that overlooks the Yaz fields. They've got a lot of control on the roll-up, potential to regroup towards it as well. Next zone will display in just a tick as 3 seconds remain. We are going to be heading on over to the north side here. This is a big shift. We had a south shift on the first one. It's only fair we give the northern teams a bone, but seems like most teams consolidate to the south, like you said, Blank. So, joke's on them.
Yeah, joke's on you guys. You silly billies. No, you don't know. You really don't know. And I think this is probably the wise decision to make. And I'll explain why, because there's very little compounds. There's very little area to play on this northern edge. Yeah, sure, I say there's shooting range you can play around. Play on the fences too. But at the end of the day, there's so much more area to play in terms of good compounds on the southern side of the map. So you want to set yourself up there and then rotate towards the northern side if you get a circle like this. But Saverni is currently completely free. Golden Guardians actually moved down towards the southern side. I like this position they're playing towards that road. But you do not want a circle to shift over towards the southeast edge now. Playing over towards that barren area, basically the pizza slice that sits outside the northwest edge of Yaz Lake. Man, that's a rough area to play in.
It's going to be treacherous. Teams are going to start to move, though, and actually, a lot of teams doing so fairly successfully. Obviously, with the exception of the three teams who have gone down already, but, win some, you lose some, as they are going to be on the losing end of that one. SWAT down to their last player after getting all 4 elims tided away over in Pachinki. Heading up the top of Everest. I'm going to be rotating fairly close to Old School to survive on the western side here, so potential danger if he puts one of those tires over a ridgeline too much. His position will be known and they might just take him down. TBSS have the Boars to worry about on this eastern side. Trying to move through this ground is not going to go well for them. Kodiak as well, keeping things under lock and key. But the Boars with 3 elims, 4 players alive, definitely in the driver's seat on this eastern side.
For Boars, this is a really good spot to play in. Looking over towards that southeast, you have a lot to clear. You can play out towards Evolution and you control a lot of this area. Like I said, you don't really want to have to play this spot, but if you do, you want it to be as free of players as possible. So if you can sweep this area, perfect. Works extremely well. Free agent, a little bit further over towards that western side. Ronan gets torn to pieces, sadly. I don't think he even knew where those shots came from. He just died.
He's just gone. That's unfortunate, but I have to keep things going. coming through from Kodiak. That's their first Elim on the cards as well. They are off the mark on that northeastern side, just east of Severny. You can see they're playing in that compound. Next zone coming in 5 seconds. And again, it will show the path forwards for plenty of our teams. We're going back up towards Severny now. Golden Guardians, they started there. Maybe they're going to have to try and finish there as well. They do have all 4 of their players alive. They're playing on the crossroads, that junction, that T-junction to the south of Severny. But they have left Severny, which could prove to be potentially a crucial mistake if the circle goes up north. Although calling it a mistake may be mischaracterizing it.
Yeah, I think for Golden Guardian, they picked a central spot, right? They went for that one for Bryce. This is a classic incident of just absolutely no scouting whatsoever and expecting Severny to be free. They've ran into immediate defense from Epsilon Axe, who found themselves an initial knock and another over towards Twix there. Now Evolution just down to 2 players. You could potentially have a third party coming on this one. I mean, if I was any players on the western side, I might want to wrap over towards the northwest side of Severny here and then just share space. Because, honestly, Epsilon Axe has moved a ton of players down towards the southeast side. Typically, you wouldn't do this.
I mean, Ritzy's kind of locked in with Rain right now. Over on the western side, it looks like Vincere Mortem are more concerned with holding out this western side to be able to move through the shooting range hills. So perhaps this specific scenario, less likely to go for it.
God,
I hate it so much.
Yeah.
You know, that's really quite awful. The Tank Titan having a terrible time in the warehouse. We'll see if they're able to unleash it. But Bobby around the door frame, good for one, not good for the flush. And the Axe cuts down another point to add to their tally, and they definitely need them right now towards the bottom of the tables.
Well, they do. But you're right. The Tank Titan vehicle is pretty horrid. But it is funny. But it is horrid.
It's for people who are really mean to me, and I don't like it.
It's just the mouth on the front, man. Little tiny feet sticking out the back.
I think it's the limbs that get me. I just can't be dealing with it.
Whoever worked on it, they had a good time.
Absolutely. Absolutely. At the cost of everybody else's sanity.
Yeah, they kept like showing it to everyone in the office. Like, look what I've made, guys. It's like, don't show that to me. Just
imagine you're going to like
ship it, and then let's never talk about it ever again.
You're going to like the design meeting, and you're like, "Oh my god, it's their turn to present."
Oh, it's the presentation slide. Yeah,
it's
fine.
It's Aaron's turn to present, bro.
It's great.
It's Aaron's turn to present.
Yeah, it's perfect. We could move on. Actually, yeah, no more. You don't need to show the rest of the slides, but I have like 5 more.
All from different angles. Oh man,
that's the easiest pitch of his life.
Absolutely. You know what? I'm surprised they didn't put it on a hovercraft.
It would have been better on a hovercraft for sure. But we do get the circle moving down towards the south side. We finish our shenanigans for the time being. And balls are on this side. It's pretty cruel circle after circle. I think teams should have expected it though, with the way that it shifted over towards that northern side. A southern shift was definitely on the cards here. Nice roll up, but you lose a tire on the back, and immediately you got to get out the back of this one. Sematena will have to get on his way. Name is recognizable from the olden days of PUBG Mobile.
Ooh, Dakimi with the long range auto shotty. Thought that, nah, I'm not going to go for the reload. Just keep spraying lead. Hope a tag connects and they're able to find the flush. Not again. Oh dear. Oh no. What have you done? I feel like the observers are listening to us. They know what they're doing. And on Kodiak, no less. Goodness me. They should know better. I will correct myself as well. I think it's technically the Cart Titan, but it's when it's outfitted in like tank form.
Yeah. The fantastic loincloth it's got on it as well.
Yeah, glad for that.
Glad for that. Brilliant. Good news. So again, we'll get back to the game though, because that is what's important. Oh, skins are important though, guys. At the end of the day, skins are important. You gotta look fresh to beat the rest. But we do have this big old ridge side that sits over towards the western edge. SWAT Europa, Andy Boy, again, surprised he's lived as long as he did. That's a nasty nade. That's one of those lucky nades as well that you get that bounces off the top of the fencing of the small wall right into your face. It usually gets caught behind. You won't take any damage from that one. So that is unfortunate for 77 for Golden Guardian. Currently is their elimination leader. Up to 4 on this game as well. He is really not slacking at all. The fact that Kodiak just rocks up here as well, no rebuttal, no response, kind of wild.
Well, they've done it now, so as I said before, no takesies backsies. It's just not how it goes. Unfortunately, that is now the reality that they have to deal with. And actually, to be fair, that compound may be made so much safer for having 2 teams in it. So many more sightlines to hold. The Boars, though, they're not inside of it, and that is going to be pretty nasty. Only Robs to go down, actually, and actually free agents may be taking a bit of a tumble. Depends on what they can do with their forward position. Snowix moving in to look for the backup, but Magnesada goes down 2. That's now 2 players down, 4 Boars on the inside. Looks for the spray out the window. Through the window, doesn't connect. The vehicle's piling up around the edge as the players starting to try and hold it down. It's just Supreme looking for more as the Boars not taking any punishment from around the way. Supreme wants the shotgun to land. Steps out wide for it. Looks for the turnaround, but it is going to be shut down from the Demons. Unfortunately, up on high, and the Boars suffering too. They're down to 2 players, and that res, maybe not possible.
Yeah, this is tough. I think for Boars, they might be going down here. Such an unfortunate roll-up for Robs as well. I thought he went down to the spray outside the vehicle, but instead it went straight down to the roll-up. I think he got clipped by the wing mirror or something, which is a very unfortunate way to go down. Magnesada not able to quite clear out the middle of the building. Snowix has an incredible response from the high ground. Almost single-handedly saves that pull-up coming through. From them over towards Boars, but sadly not meant to be. So Boars will be out with 5 points, and maybe not the game to catch up towards Kodiak after all, as Pack will find 20. Very resable though, very resable.
Definitely possible to get that one back up for now. And as I was saying before, it feels kind of like this compound may be made a little bit safer. If it was just Golden Guardians holding, they are vulnerable to roll-ups. And sure, Kodiak was able to get into the corner, but they didn't take a player down, crucially.
Nice nade.
Might just allow a couple more sightlines to control this area, but they're going to have to leave fairly soon with this zone closing in 5 seconds. And you're right with the nades, they are landing. They're doing a little bit of work to keep Kodiak slow.
Yeah, Model's very lucky. I mean, he went for the 2-point turn there. Realistically, he needs to get out of dodge almost immediately. Hard to see. Golden Guardian hold them out. For Kodiak, it's a tough roll-up, right? For them, they sort of have to wrap with vehicles on that north side or the south side. South side probably more preferable in this instance, but they don't really know the lay of the land. They can't cross this road into Golden Guardian. That is a death sentence. Not if the model finds player 1, though. Again, Golden Guardian, they don't need to peek this yet. They really don't need to peek this yet. But I think Kodiak's just running into them.
Yeah, I think it's just one player now, 20 on the inside, trying to move the monster truck out to the open. But Mimodal lights them up, tears them out of the driver's seat. You just can't be doing that sort of thing when you have the angle, and 20 cleans up the pieces. Golden Guardians, with their jaw spun now, just one player to stand. They can try and leave this, but their dreams in tatters of a strong game this time around.
That's a left-right good night coming through from Kodiak. I think they just pushed them. I think that's literally what happened. They just pushed them, but that should not happen. You've got 4 players. They have to cross the road. This should be an impossible push. Again, for player 1, it's a mistake on their part. They don't need to peek. You just need to hold the window, watch for when the push happens. As soon as he peeks, they're like, we've got a 3v3. We have to take it. And luckily enough, Kodiak is just that good at the game that they can make those plays happen. Complete misplay out of the hands of Golden Guardian there.
Not what you want to see. QWERTY now last to stand. 20 wants to add to the tally. 5 elims is what he's after. Modal wants to try and take that one for himself as well. They're hopping through 1-2, and that is the end of the Golden Guardians for this match. In the meantime, there are teams around and about who have been looking for the rest of this match. A very evenly distributed elim count, Blank. You can see that elim column on the right-hand side of the screen is fairly evenly distributed, and I think it's characteristic of the style of the lobby. Very, very aggressive, very, very prone to fighting. and adding these drips and drabs of elims across the board. But now we're going to start to see teams with leveler heads prevail. A 2-2 split wide across the zone, though, for Demon might just give Kodiak the inroad they need to the south side.
And for Kodiak, they could move down, but Team Demon's already set themselves up in a very good spot, sending nades over the tops towards them. They've got 8 eliminations. Team Demon definitely feeling themselves on this game. And not only that, because of all the eliminations they've been able to grab, all the teams they've been able to take out, their utility, their ammo, it all looks really great on their side. But it's in fact Epsilon Axe who finds 20 on the backside there. This is a team that has been hovering around Severny for the longest time. No one challenged them on that position either. No one tried to play that northwest side, so it's been a really steady and free game from Epsilon Axe on this northern edge.
Now they have to try and get in towards the circle again. Reinsertion towards Vincere Mortem and towards Team Demon on the south side with the remnants of Kodiak as well as SWAT trying to move on forward. SWAT, by the way, remember they went down to 1 player on their hot drop in Pachinki blank. So this is a real deep run as the solo player.
Yeah, they're real livers, these guys. They like to live for a long time without any real right to, honestly. For SWAT Europa, that last game on Rondo, again, what a slobber knocker from them to get through to that stage of the game. But get to a top 5 off of an initial squad wipe. I mean, this is the moment where you move over towards Andy Boy and then he emotes, right? This is a moment to horrify. This is a good game. This is a great game from them.
Absolutely. This is, as you say, absolutely perfect. 4 now teams remaining up into 4th place as a solo for basically the entire match. So a great result. And you're right. It is horrifying time. Coming through on the south side, though, Team Demon going to regroup and now push in from the south edge. They got Vincere Mortem to their north, who they will have to try and push past. But remember, Vincere Mortem, they're split. They are 2-2 players, with the north side more concerned with Epsilon Axe.
You gotta put him in the cart. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Damn, he just like threw him on the floor. That's morbid.
Hey, you know what? They're called demons for a reason, you know?
You're dead. I don't need you.
Oh, okay. Epsilon Axe taking some damage from Team Demon. And there is another knock over towards Team Demon as well. At the moment, Vincere Mortem seemingly have a lot of control over this one. Yeah. As the last player from SWAT Europa.
It's making me laugh because if you can see them, you can. So look at the mini-map, top right? It does just look like Vincere Mortem is just guarding Homeboy right now. They won't let anyone near him. This is where they make their stand. This is their king. They refuse to let the enemy team take him.
I mean, sure, he'll take it. He'll allow the bodyguards to perform their duties. Vincere Mortem spray downs towards the Axe squad on the east side. And actually moving in more players towards them, trying to get more angles now. Team Demon maybe looking to capitalize after getting all 3 of their players back up to fighting form. And move in on the south edge. They do have high ground, but Carlos steps out for an easy spray down. Not too sure about that one.
Just looking at it menacingly. What was that all about? Sumatena is definitely going to go for this one. Tries to go for the rundown. Will miss it, actually. I think he's also quite astonished that he missed that one. But second time's the charm. We'll find another knock off the back of that alongside with the Kimi. Team Demon, Urizada will find himself in the shack, and this is where he'll stay for the time being. Again, this is looking more and more likely at like a 3rd place for Andy Boy, because Vincere Mortem refuses to check the backfill.
I mean, it's kind of crazy. You know there's a Bucky down there. You know you didn't put it there. If you haven't checked it, well, that's kind of on you. Vincere Mortem, though, suffering a casualty. Now, with Epsilon Axe being the team with 4 players alive, they're able to take down Team Demon. And it is a 3rd place for SWAT Europa. Guaranteed to be locked in here. When is the time to strike, though? Could have a real impact on the flow of this next fight.
I don't think he will. I think he's just going to play this game. He's just going to sit there. I mean, it might have to move now, though, right? But that buggy does seem to be camouflaged quite well in the eyes of Vincere Mortem. So maybe he just rolls up a little bit. That's not what you want to see. Furio does nade himself. cooks that one a little bit too long in the oven. That one's burned. But Shum will happily take that one in his hands. And Epsilon Axe, from what was a good position, suddenly fumble the ball.
And now they descend. Vincere Mortem moving through Epsilon Axe. They had 4 players. They're down to 2 now. Cut down to size. And a third to fall. And it might just be Allende getting up into a second place finish coming on through. Skylo, though, has a little bit more to say. I mean, oh, hang on a minute. Second place not guaranteed, but could it be? A 1v1v1? Hang on a minute. SWAT Europa have had the door thrown open. Skylo goes low, and now Allende is marching forwards. He's moving into a 1 versus 1. Blank. There is nothing left in his way. He has no clue. He steps up and he goes for it. Go. He's on the swivel. Can't quite go the distance, but it was there. It was within his grasp. Hit to the post. A solo run? Not today.
Vincere Mortem. Oh my god, what a jump scare for them at the end of the game, right? You're suddenly like, where's the last play? It must be behind us. Has to be. Quick swivel on that one. But the fact that he gets him down to 20%, that really could be a first place there for SWAT Europa. Wow. I'm kind of sad it wasn't. I am kind of sad it wasn't. That being said, Vincere Mortem, great game from them. Really, really good game. Despite the fact that they were blind to SWAT Europa, like they didn't exist in their eyes, it was a strong game. I actually really liked it. I don't think it's quite clear, like when you're watching PMCO Europe, where some teams just haven't dealt with that, but they're clearly learning from some of those top squads because they took a great lineup. I loved their lineup. They thought they'd cleared behind them. Obviously not fully. SWAT Europa was there, but they played into Epsilon Axe very well. If it wasn't for that fact that Epsilon Axe kind of just killed themselves at the end, Furio just said, I don't want to play anymore. I still think Vincere Mortem cleans them really easily.
Yeah, I think that they seemed to be in control for the majority of that, again, with that notable exception of the backfill not being cleared. But they still were able to come out on top. They do manage to get MVP. Although I don't think that would be. I don't think that would be a viewer's vote. I don't think that would be a caster vote. I think the MVP is sort of undeniably Allende from SWAT Europa, coming through almost completely clutch at the end there. A real great turn up. And I think that a big part of that last match, Blank, was that it was a lot of teams towards the lower side of the tables that were able to do quite well.
Yeah, a lot of teams were able to grab themselves a lot of points, get themselves towards the middle of the pack. For Rondo, it's going to skew things a little bit. Kodiak weren't able to quite pull much further ahead than Boars. But yeah, Boars get taken down. A lot of third parties here. This is an aggressive lobby, and I do think it doesn't play into Boars' advantage here at all, because they're used to playing against a little bit of a slower lobby in the early game. This sort of reminds me of North America back in the day, as opposed to Western Europe.
I can't believe you'd say something so cruel.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
That's so very mean.
I mean, it's fun.
But either way,
it is fun.
Yeah, no, it is undeniably entertaining to watch. I think that is something that you cannot deny. Sometimes at the top level, these early games can sometimes stagnate once teams are used to each other's rotations, especially. You just don't really see anything happen until maybe the 12-minute mark, and even then, it might be a little bit early. But we've been treated to a right royal platter of chicken across the first day today, and Vincere Mortem, the most recent team to add to that plate with the chicken dinner, coming through 13 elims, a really nice 23-point match to see them settle towards the middle of the tables.
Yeah, this is an aggressive team, right? And I think that now that I've been able to watch this for a little while, I can a little bit more succinctly summarize Vincere Mortem, because they have great firepower. They have great timings on their fights as well. The only problem I see with this team is the amount of fights they're taking. I don't think they need to take as many as they do, because what they'll end up lacking is utility, ammo, vests, kits, everything towards that end game. That's when you're going to start to suffer. But I think Vincere Mortem, again, the timing's great. It's just the amount of fights they're taking is what I would sort of tone down for this squad.
Potentially an option for improvement, but it is again about those top 16 as we take a look at our overall top players so far over the course of the day. You can see that it is still 20 sat atop the pack, but a lot of that heavy lifting done in match one. Some decent performances to follow it up, to be fair, for them, but he's still atop the pack. Number 2 on the tables fairly far behind, I think it's safe to say now, able to extend that lead against 77.
I felt bad for 77 in that game as well for Golden Guardians, because he was the only player that played forward over towards the pushing from Kodiak. Like, that building is quite nadeable, but you need multiple nades to throw in. Like, it can't just be 77 there. And I think if Golden Guardian got there earlier, they would have been able to deal with Kodiak sooner. But then to drop the ball so badly on the cross, it is frustrating for me. Definitely frustrating. I think Golden Guardian could have done that a lot better. And I like the team. I really do like the team. I think they're a good team, currently in 6th place right now with 37 points, but this could be a whole lot more.
And right now, first place is still earned by Kodiak on 60 points, despite not finding any chicken dinners, beating the Boars, who have had 2 on 49 points, an 11-point differential there. Certainly those elims keeping them nice and healthy in today's matches. Vincere Mortem, as you said, up into 3rd place, and SWAT Europa neck and neck to them. They will lose out on that chicken dinner tiebreaker, but they are still very much in the top conversation.
I mean, SWAT Europa, they have really put in a shift today, so fantastic work from them. Let's look at some of the underdogs, I would say, on this side, because Nasty Bullets, I think a lot of people expect a lot more from this team. One of our nation squads as well, so the fact that they're 16th place is a little bit rough. I feel like we want to see this team do a little bit better. The Soul Reaper also potentially a little bit more. And free agents, I think the most I can say is that I'm sad about it. I don't think I'm disappointed. I'm just sad about it. I think I like their play style, but they just don't have the firepower to back it up.
It also feels like maybe they are suffering because of the playstyle of the rest of the lobby, right? This hyper-aggressive early game. It feels like they just want to get rolling a little bit, and they're being dragged down by the rest of them. But we're not here to drag you down. We're here to lift you up with some UC drops, of course. That's right. Thanks to our sponsors, BuffBuff, an officially partnered and secure top-up platform providing global players with cheap and instant UC. We're giving away, over the course of all of the broadcast days for this tournament, so not all in one go, but we are giving away 40,000 UC. The place to keep up to date with that is in the chats, guys. Make sure you are looking at the chat. Keep track of those codes that will be dropping, and it is fastest finger first. Of course, enter those codes before anyone else, and you will be the winner of that chunk of UC for that code. So make sure that you're tracking that as best you can. We're going to be taking a turn around the highlights. Send it to a quick break before we get ready for the last 2 maps of the day to see who's going to take the top of Groups A and B. The day just keeps on coming. We are back for another map here. I believe we're going to Miramar this time around for our 5th match of the day to close down with an Erangel at the end. And we are only for 2 more today. Don't worry, though. There's plenty more still tomorrow that you guys can tune into. But it has been pretty raucous so far in our first 4 maps blank. We've had a lot of Elim focus. Over 100 Elim points earned on Rondo, which is crazy.
It is. What else is crazy that I can't frame myself on the screen at all? It's a slim box, you know. I'm not a wide guy. It's hard sometimes. All right, it's hard.
It's all right. It's all right. We'll
That's a curveball. Just throw that at you. Just throw that one at you.
Yeah, no, it's all right. You know what? You found the letterbox, and you're in there. It's a little bit sideways. Typically, letterbox is horizontal, but this time is vertical, and he's delivering. That's right. We're here to deliver you the action through the letterboxes here from the caster desk. We have had a great time so far this morning. No, this afternoon, as we've been, as I said, treated to a very, very aggressive lobby for groups A and B.
We have, yeah. And again, we were talking about beforehand, this is a really, really aggressive lobby. I think some teams are kind of running with it. Other teams are sort of confused by it, which is fair enough. INT Boy seems to he doesn't want any of it. And they'll just live throughout the end game, get themselves a top 2. That's fine. This is how you earn points. It works. But overall, it's been a really, really fun day today. I think Rondo has been one of the most exciting Rondos I've seen in a long, long time. The amount of eliminations that went through on that side of things. But we do have only 2 more matches of the day to go now, with Miramar coming up next, like John said. And I would like to see Epsilon Axe potentially rotate a little bit quicker this time.
Yeah, it's something that definitely needs to happen. We saw them stall in La Cobraria until sort of might as well been for the whole game, to be honest. They just really didn't have an opportunity to get in. It was exacerbated by the fact that it was a heavy south-south shift on the circle. Sure, you sort of were going down towards the bridge, but even so, you've got to be prepared for circles like that. You've got to have a plan, and they didn't have a good one in that circumstance. Maybe they'll be allowed to stay in La Cobraria, and we'll get a cob finish. How about that?
Yeah, maybe. That would be the ideal scenario, right? You don't have to move at all, so you don't look like you're late to the circle. You arrived right at the start. Perfect rotation from the air into position. The odds on that happening, quite slim. But they could happen. And if it does happen this game, I'll eat my own sock. Maybe I shouldn't have said that, because there is a potential. There's a potential. I don't want to eat a sock.
I've seen your socks. I
don't want to eat them.
Yeah, keep those shoes on. That's all I'm saying.
You're wearing shoes in your house? That's crazy.
Well, yeah, you know. I've actually dressed down for the show.
Are you wearing shoes
I'm normally
right
in a
now?
suit and tie. I am wearing shoes right now.
Because that's an office, right? That's not your house.
Yeah. It's technically not my house.
You have to walk there.
I'm excused. I know, on the pavement and everything.
Ugh.
With my feet.
Gross.
Couldn't be
walking.
Couldn't be me. Yeah, I know, right? you there with just like cats to carry you around, the king of the cats.
That's
in the castle.
correct. Yeah, I've got like 6 of them. Or a small little what's it called? The little thing. You've got like the 2 poles, and then
a palanquin.
Yes, that's it. That's the one. Thank you. I knew you'd know it. I know.
Well, I've got
it.
3.
I don't know the name.
I've got 3. One's in the shop, so you know.
Okay, that's funny. I'll give you that.
That's
good. We're having some work on it.
That's what we're working. Yeah, I'm replacing one of the. No, I'm not even going. We're gonna get into that.
Don't do that.
But we're getting into Miramar
real soon, guys. Real soon.
Couldn't be sooner.
All right, let fly as we head into our penultimate match of the day. Over on Miramar, I want to see Kodiak get another big game. I think that I'd like to see them do it with 4 players, because right now they seem to be very good at playing as 3, but usually you'd want 4 going towards that late game. And I think if they can do that, goodness me, they'll be a force to be reckoned with.
Absolutely. Well, one more go at the desert for today for our groups A and B formulation of the lobby. The plane path again cuts straight down the middle, so Miramar has been fairly kind on the plane paths. We'll see if the circle is going to be as scintillating as it once was as we head on in. Everybody gearing up to go for these drops.
from the southeast up towards that northwest side. Like you said, very, very pleasant playing path. I think it's not terrible. I think a lot of teams would rather this was going horizontal across the map as opposed to south to north. But still, that being said, pretty easy to get where you need to go on this one. But likely you'll see teams in Monte Nuevo, La Riera, potentially El Pozo. We've not seen too many teams actually picking up El Pozo here, but I quite like it as a spot on the map. Again, I think it's a symptom of the group system, right? Where it is hard to prepare for where all these teams are going to be going, where they're wanting to play a lot of times. So you just have to kind of roll with the punches on the day, especially in the first couple of matches. But you've had a couple of games to work with right now. So you should be able to go back a little bit, think about where people drop, hopefully have some analysts, some coaches in the background, take a little screeny of this right here, and then figure out where's the best place to play on this type of circle.
Gathering that intel, almost more important than anything else between those matches. Feeding that back. Los Leones is the center of this circle, so we do maintain a south tilt. And let's see if Epsilon Axe are going to be in the blue zone for stage 2. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I'd have to eat my sock, which is great news for me. But yeah, we're heading down towards the southeast side for Golden Guardians. Yeah, lovely place to start off this one. Evolution, they don't get stuck in over here either. They had a bad start versus Golden Guardians on our last Miramar. Nasty Bullets, though, once again taking damage. They are having a tough time of it today, man. Cannot catch a break in Nasty Bullets so far.
Maybe they're able to find 1 point on the game. No, he's been denied on the angle. Leo now under pressure. Can't get the reload off in time, and that will be Demon able to pick up a point. That is Nasty Bullets out. No more Miramar for them. They maybe they needed a loot break. Who can say? But anyway, we are going to see a representative of the free agents looking to try and move in on the north side. Potentially third party this, but the regroup has already happened. They are going to start to piece themselves back together. He's just looking for a cheeky little angle. If he can get a knock, brilliant. They might try and send more players in, but he's also wasting looting time right now. Because, I mean, he's not got a helmet. He hasn't got armor. Only the 5 bandages there, so no nades, stims, utility, etc. Does need to get away from this one and get looting himself. Can't stay here for too much longer.
Yeah, the problem with this, right, is that for free agents, they would love to have joined in on this engagement, right? Get themselves a couple of eliminations going. Because they're directly in the way of their rotational path right now to get down towards the south side of the map. Sadly for them, Nasty Bullets just goes down without even a word. So immediately out of the game, which doesn't really give much option or much time for free agents to work with here. It does seem like the loot is looking a little bit lacking. Right now for free agents, they have had a scout on this the entire time, so the rest of the squad is pulling up now. Probably very well looted too.
They are going to have that time advantage. The single compound looting for the whole team maybe not going to be great for Demon, but maybe the vehicles are more important for them right now. As they take 2 out, I wouldn't be too surprised to see a drop-off maybe wrap back in to go for a pickup, but even that's very risky now that free agent have it. Well, looks like Team Rain have found themselves the goodie van. Able to grab some stuff from the back there. Feeling mighty fine. Level 3s across the board for the armor and the helmet. Comes through for Anna. A nice little pickup there as they're able to find it nice and early.
Yeah, great stuff. Oh, it's a nice addition, honestly. Happened since PMGC, so it's been a while for us, John, hasn't it, really?
Oh, yeah.
We last casted over in January. Had our customary PUBG Mobile break, and now we're back, and suddenly there's a whole new vehicle carrying around goodies on the maps. So it's fun. But yeah, it's really, really useful. Get yourself looted very early. And for Team Rain, that means you could pretty much just send it, right, to a compound. You're not really looking for all that much.
Camel's in the game as well, which was slightly newer. Either way, doesn't look like it's being put to much use right now. Just tied up outside, having a grand old time, you know? Natural habitat and all. Looking pretty dripped out too.
Yeah, this guy's got some skins. That's for sure.
Oh dear. Having a big old chew.
He's won at
Those
least
animations.
2 of the codes that have been thrown out today by the beautiful people working on PMCO Western Europe.
Yeah, having a good time. Having a good time indeed. Team Rain, after their initial grab on the loot. They have been on the road for a little while, but they are still over the north side of water treatment and yet to really dart in for the circle. Los Leones now has neighbors, as it is going to be Kodiak taking up the east hills of Los Leones, trying to play the terrain. Looks like they've successfully opened the salvo towards Golden Guardians. Not really much of an answer to be seen either. For Golden Guardians, I mean, do you compete for this spot? I feel like you don't, and they got to be thinking back to the Erangel that just happened, right? Kodiak, they sailed in, they took them down. They don't want to get stuck in that situation again.
It's awkward though, right? Because you've pretty much just given up the high ground now on the eastern side of Los Leones, which is a really good spot actually to play. And if you're early in Los Leones, like Golden Guardians were, that's a very, very nice spot to have open for you. So, I mean, I understand it from Golden Guardians having to poke their head that way, see if they could find an angle, but they get rebuffed quite easily by Kodiak, which means they no longer can take that eastern high ground. Yeah, not a great start for Golden Guardians. A lot of the map seems fairly free to Kodiak. I think they've got a pretty good bead on this one at the moment. Still waiting for some of our other teams to make their way in right now. But this one could easily head up back over towards La Bandita. I mean, there's a lot of water on this southeast side. Not as much as, you know, you might expect overall. But I think that at least on this type of circle where you have Los Leones, which is kind of a big blind spot for a lot of teams where they don't want to go too deep into this into the city too early, right? You want to play typically on the outskirts, and then you've got a lot of the open areas up towards that northwest side. Having this much water in does create quite a big roadblock for a lot of teams.
Yeah, it's not ideal. In less than a minute as well, we'll see our stage 2. It's interesting that teams all as well have grouped to the east side of Los Leones. We know how treacherous the west side of Los Leones can be, right? Those sort of tiered steps that go down from Los Leones city, down and out to the west. Those plateaus of ground are really, really treacherous and need a lot of wherewithal to be able to play it. Seems like teams here not wanting to go for that risk. Can be very, very powerful, but can be very difficult to get out of, especially this early in the day. With 20 seconds left, teams are waiting to see where the next circle is going to go.
As far as this second circle, right, it does catch teams off guard. Vincere Mortem, they're really far on the western side of the map right now. You can see them here because our lovely production team has pulled up the map for us as this one does hit. So Vincere's got a little bit of a while to go. That is a nasty circle. Again, Los Leones, big blind spot. You don't really want to head in here right now. Even though the circle is on top of it, it's down towards that southwest side, which means it's really not a massive chance we're getting a Los Leones circle off the back of this one. You also have La Bandita, which is going to cut off sightlines if you head there, but sometimes it's one of the few safe areas to play. You got a lot of the high ground towards that southeast side. This is just an awkward circle all around.
It's not friendly. The La Bandita crater on the north, that stretch down to the south of it. Yeah, it's a tough, tough time. Teams out in the cold include Boars on the west, who are on board with right now. Close to SWAT Europa. And we'll see how many players they can get through this time, because they have successfully extracted from their initial drop spot. The Soul Reaper, maybe not so lucky, as they do take a shot, but should be resable here. But they're still taking damage and not fully secured up yet. I think that's Kodiak taking shots down towards them, so not the team that you want on your back, as well as shots off across the way potentially coming through from Evolution, but they're more content to sail around the front of this, get ahead of the rotation, and that's maybe more profitable in the long run.
Yeah, again, like I said, that high ground that Kodiak currently holds, it's really good. It's really, really good. It gives you so much to work with, and a lot of space to clear out off the back of it. Right now for the Soul Reaper, they just cannot catch a break today. Currently down in 14th place with only 5 points. It has really not been a good result for them. TBSS, Evolution, as well as Nasty Bullets. I think it's clear to say that these teams have really not had a good time today at all. SWAT Europa, they do lose Kaya on the approach here. This is as teams trying to make their way through on that western side, find a place to stay. You can see over towards the eastern side of La Bandita, just those fielded areas. It's just a really horrid circle for everyone.
I mean, SWAT Europa, sure, they took 1 knock, but they took 3 players down from Epsilon Axe. And now they've got to be thinking, well, we've rotated in on time. We've rotated in late. What are we supposed to do? Nothing's working because they're down to 1 player now. But maybe SWAT have just passed over their mojo from the last match. Could be a solo player deep run. We're going to see it again.
Yeah, potentially from Timer. Maybe. I don't think there's a lot of places to hold out, though, on this type of circle, sadly. EBSS finding a good nade over towards the guys on the Soul Reapers, but it's starting to pop off a little bit here between both these squads. Boars equally also on this side. Drops a nade at his feet. Robs needs to crawl away as fast as he can.
Moving in for the backup, gets the vehicle in place to absorb the bullet spray down. Needs to reload as well, and Vagnazada able to keep it under control from long range as well. The backstop is there when they needed him most, and now Oscuro, the last player to stand, won't be able to find the nade that he was looking for. 1 more in pocket. Spots the break out wide. Does a little bit of damage, but it's not going to go the full distance. A nade back over towards him, and Oscuro, he's turning tail. He's trying to get out of there. Play for as long as possible. It's his turn. Allende giving him the go-ahead to leave him to the Boars, and they will be able to snaffle up those points. Off he goes, Oscuro into the sunset.
Phase 3, livable. Livable for Boars right now. They can still get themselves into the circle off the back of this one. For Robs, I think he gets the pin back in the nade just before he goes down, which is some fairly good reflexes there. So he doesn't go down to his own nade that he pulled on that one. But they do need to make their way in ASAP, right? You don't want to be expending all of these meds, utility, stims on the outside of the circle before you even get in. They could quite comfortably play down towards Los Leones as this does pull back down that way, funnily enough. Golden Guardians get themselves a good spot off the back of that one, but once again, Kodiak finds a really good spot in the circle. Their knowledge of where to play on these maps today has been, you know, quite astonishing to me. I'm very, very impressed by it. They're playing this 4-man split a lot of times. I think a lot of other teams inside of the circle just aren't confident to pull off a thing like this yet either. And I think for Kodiak, this is just great for their overall year in PUBG Mobile. If they can keep up this kind of level of play, the more time they spend learning these types of strategies, the better they're going to look at a higher level. Unfortunately, 1 player does go down to Samatena from Vincere Mortem, and immediately they need to regroup on this one.
Looks like Vincere Mortem aren't going to fully send on it just yet. They're trying to get closer, but they're quite slow on this roll-up. Potential time to get the rest of Kodiak into position to potentially defend here. These rocks are pretty treacherous, though. It's not the easiest to navigate. They have a player now in position, but 2 of them still yet to enter the fray. I think, yeah, this is going to be curtains for Momodal. Oh, no, Shum doesn't spot him on the crawl. And the info that Shum has gone up high is going to be fed back to the team. And it could be a third party as well from the south. 20 on a broadside caught, but he's not going to take the disadvantage lying down. He's going to turn it around, and Shum can't connect on that spray. Needs to drop out a little bit more cover. Can they get this recall? Can they get this revive coming on through around the edge? I think they are still going to give up on Momodal, but that info that was a player up on high could have been invaluable there.
Honestly, well, that's sad. They lose the Elim over towards old school there. I think that it is intentional that Shum doesn't pick up that Elim. I think he knows he needs to get to higher ground to help the rest of the team. Like, that is a pivotal location, right? That's your off angle that you want to hold so the rest of your squad can play on that side for Kodiak. So as soon as they lose that, Shum just sends it as high as possible so that he can get that spray across. Sadly, he doesn't connect with 20 there. If he does, that's a very easy squad wipe coming through for Vincere Mortem. But I like the attempt. I really like the attempt there coming through from that squad. Circle does move over towards the north. It's on the roadside. It's really nasty. Very, very difficult to play on the northeast. In fact, I would say it's you don't want to play on the northeast on this circle. So teams are like caught out on the outskirts of Los Leones. What a cruel circle this is.
It's very unfriendly. I mean, you said you wanted to see a little bit more from free agents. Maybe this is their time to prove themselves on that northeastern side. You said it's difficult, but because it's so difficult, are they going to be contested there? And I wonder if they're going to be able to extract quite a hefty points tally from this northeastern side. No solo bolo run here coming through for SWAT Europa. Not this time around. They do go down in 13th place this time. With 3 elims, though, it's not the end of the world, and they've already earned a lot of points moving into the day. So a great first day so far from SWAT Europa. Brilliant to see, but no more on this Miramar. We'll have to see them again once more in Erangel at the end of the day, whilst all the rest of these teams clamour for any space in this circle.
Yeah, Boars are trying to figure out their entry on this one. They're right on the western side. They're not currently in the circle just yet. GBSS, Tornado will find a shot towards Vincere and Morton. Won't quite find the flush just yet off the back of it, so should be resable. Does take a tag though, so it seems they have a sight line over that way. Kodiak, they moved a little bit further in. They got to cross the road with one player straight away. I think that is... who is that? Is that Winnie? I think that's Winnie on the other side, who has the anchor. Oh, but he's knocked. That's rough. They really needed that position, actually.
It might be the anchor, but he's weighing them down a little bit right now. A response necessary if they want to keep 3 players alive. And even for Kodiak, in this position, they are going to need 3 players to come on into this one. As you said before, they've got great firepower, but with great firepower comes great fire responsibility, and they do need to stop themselves from burning up.
Yep.
But they've left that backstop now, all alone.
Indeed. I think that they're going to go for the res off the back of this one, potentially, if they can get across there in time. I think he is covered, so yeah, when he's back up, which is nice. Frizio is in a troublesome location. This is going to require some big gameplay.
Do they know, though? Do they know? They're more preoccupied across the way. They certainly know about it now. He steps out, looks for a spray down, a nade over towards 20, and Winnie, a huge nade, actually, to light them up, and Kodiak evaporate. Snapshot that one. That is nasty business for them. Down with no points.
I think there comes a time where we have to have a similar discussion about Kodiak that we had about Boars and Wagnerzada. Because this has happened multiple times today from a model. Again, when you're playing that high ground spot, you want to be the first to peak, but you don't want to be the first to go down. So you don't want to be the first to face, right? You want to be the one spotting out the danger, but then not taking shots out. I think it was completely acceptable when he was going away from the team to scout positions. He was going down. That's fine. When a location like that where you're playing the high ground early and you go down, it really ruins the plan of the rest of the team or how they're going to play out the rest of this match. Losing that position was massive for them. So there might be some discussions maybe on the model at the end of the day in terms of how aggressive he's being on these peaks when he doesn't really need to. The same thing, but both players, right? Wagnerzada model have played PUBG Mobile for the last 4 or 5 years. I think for both players, they should know better at this point. It's the only reason I say it, honestly.
Hopefully able to tidy it up around the edges. I think there is a little bit of that chaos that comes through with playing with various different types of lobbies, especially in a super aggressive lobby this early on. Speaking of super aggressive, Boars gonna rock on up. GR on the defense. Nades not quite connecting. The Boars do take 1 knock, sent their way towards SnowX, but they've got 1 on the ropes across the road, but another found. There is that trade coming through. That's the flush guaranteed. SnowX is low, and on the swivel, Robs for 2. That's the shotgun in the hands of Robs. What more can you say? And now XYZ left high and dry on the upstairs. Gentleman trying to hold the ground floor, but Wagnerzada able to land the gut shot with the pump action, and the drop down from XYZ looks for more. Robs has the shotgun though, has to run out on the outside, takes him super low, the spray down on the off angle, and Boars stay alive with 4, but in comes Vincere Mortem and Ritzy from the northwest.
Really good Molotov, by the way, from Robs. Delays them massively so they can't get through that door. Gives them time to reset and reassess the scenario. There's nades going in from the top side, but there's a lot of time being given over towards Boars right now. SnowX does go down off the back of this, but they can still get Wagnerzada back up in action. Really good stuff from Robs this fight. It looks way better from him as well on the shotgun because he used to be known as the shotgun king. And that an S12K in the hands of this guy, absolutely devastating sometimes versus squads and players. Does run out into a high ground spot though, and funnily enough actually gets up to the wall.
All right, maybe a little bit unexpected there. Does find the wall. Ritzy not fully committing to this position. They still have 3 players all the way out to the rim of the circle. Only the 1 player moving forwards. Tupac trying to take that outpost and actually folds away. So Boars give it a little bit more breathing room here, where it looked like they were in the middle of that pneumatic press coming on through, but only time will tell if they're able to weather this one. Their chance is now to jump up towards that top spot, try and take that one from Kodiak, as they are now with the 7 points that they've earned fairly close behind Blank. They're 5 points behind that 60-point margin.
What I mean for Boars, it's an incredible spot, right? You don't want to give this position up. They had to fight for it. They were coming in from the western side. They'd been on the outer edge for a while, and they just sent it. I think they were quite confident they could win that engagement. They go down to 3. I still think it's very playable. A lot of other teams are going to take a lot of damage trying to get into a position like this, but Boars have to help for another central circle, and they can deal with Vincere Mortem in the meantime. Team Demon, they've had their ups and downs today. I think they've been pretty good. Generally in the firefights. I think some of their rotations leave something to be desired, but overall I think this is a fairly good middle pack team, and Azar really good stuff, finds a double, but it will be the vehicle that does him in.
Unfortunate there. Looked pretty hot on the swivel. It was a weird little peek out there from, I think it was Alex from Free Agents on that northeast side to try and step out from behind the rock. Didn't really get that spray down connected. Not what you want to see, but Free Agents potentially up as 4 on the north side and fairly alone with things going on in. Oh, maybe are they down to 3, or is that just one player on very, very low HP? I'm not entirely sure, but either way, they're going to lose another now as Ritzy turn their attention up to the north side. They're sending their forces up there and dealing a lot of damage coming on through. So it's just Shelby remaining for the Free Agents.
Yeah, not great for them right now. I mean, for the Free Agents, like I said, it's a hard spot to play, and if the circle comes your way over towards that northeast side and you hold that compound, great news. You're living life to the maximum, but it's highly unlikely that it centers up around there, and it's very, very tough to make your way out. I think once they saw this circle, they need to be moving, well, even 2 circle goals, they need to be moving away from that northeast compound, the one that's outside the blue right now. Free Agents just a little bit slow with it. Old School, currently still on 4 players right now. There's a lot of pitched warfare down towards this valley.
This mountain that sits before them is more than metaphorical. It's going to be a difficult bit of terrain to navigate, as with all the teams on this south side, but they're going to have to figure out what they want to do. Golden Guardians trying to make a break out on the west edge. You do manage to find an opening towards Ritzy, so potential for them to gain some ground there, but they're only playing as 3, and Ritzy have a big response. They don't want to let their 4-player advantage die on that western edge. Playing up the top of that hill would be huge for them. Old School trying to roll on forwards as well. Slow and over the top. The nades bobbling there as well. They are going to connect with one, and that is the opener towards the remnants of TBSS that maybe they were looking for. Off in the distance, they've still got one to play with, but I don't imagine you want to take that peak anytime soon, and Rain are taking the flak for them.
Rain need to back out of that one. Good shots. Connects a little bit over towards Anna. That's Old School getting a little bit of work done here. RTZ over towards the northwest side, looking down towards them. But yeah, this is going to be a nasty circle once we get through to stage 7, because it's going to force a lot of the players off this high ground on the sides of the circle here, which is basically the only thing keeping them in check right now. I think Team Rain is going to struggle the most getting out from that position. I think they have to play on this circle edge right now if they want to deal with Old School, because Old School's also going to be forced off that high ground. I think they have to play into the side swipe essentially.
Get ready for it. Batten down the hatches, see if you can weather the storm. That is a big pickup there for Mitza. Onto Mitza, rather. Bully goes down as well to the flush. Anna, Mihai, the last 2 to stand now for Team Rain. Tornado nearly swept away, but that's purloined from a distance. That's Old School still in and on the fight. Mitza potentially resible here by Anna if they can keep their heads down enough. It looks like they will be able to. But Old School, maybe they have another crack here to take a high placing on Miramar.
Yeah, I mean, for Old School, they're certainly getting far into these matches on Miramar. The end games weren't so great. That's the circle the balls were looking for sure. And it's expected to go down here anyway, just with the amount of really difficult and unplayable areas there are around the circle. So I think for the guys from Boars as well as Vincere Mortem, they're happy just to sit this one out. There is 2 loot crates over towards the eastern side, though. I wonder who's going to grab them. If at all, honestly.
I mean, if anyone, it's going to be Evolution, right? Over on that eastern side with 4 players alive, potential route in, get closer to those buildings, get within nade range, that sort of stuff. But that's going to be really difficult before Old School get dismounted. And Hannah's going to help that. They are going to help on out. But this high ground is fairly controlling. They can move a little bit further forwards on it, but they will have to drop down at some point. For my money, I think Ritzy have got this game as a favorite. I think to be fair, Boars also, but I think Ritzy at the moment are a front runner for me. Old School taking the line up over towards Rain, might be able to find the opening they're looking for, but the forward roll doesn't go well. And now they're down to just the 1 player alive. It's Nightmare on the back lines, has 1 player underneath him. Mihai can connect the shots, and Rain will be able to dispatch of Old School.
Yeah, it's sort of what we expected, what I lined up earlier as well, which is this was the best play that Rain could have made. It's a hard place to play, but you know that if you can live this one out, it's likely Old School is just absolutely in dire trouble when they come off this high ground. For RTZ, this is a hard push for them, man. Honestly, get off this high ground, then into open area. For Golden Gladiators, they're doing well off the back of it. They do lose 77, which means they're just down to Hoxie. That's a great nade, by the way. Almost takes him out.
Oh, they do want that flush, though, and that's what they're committing for. Gets that spray down. Hoxie gets the point onto Tupac as Mihai. I mean, he's not going to out-heal that. That's just... Okay, fine. He's down. Hoxie down as well. Ritzy down to 3, which is really unfortunate. Felt like they could have had Tupac get back up, but no resurrection to be seen on this one, unfortunately, and he will leave his team as 3. But 3 players... That might be enough from this western side. Evolution on the east, though, have 4, and they have split up. They do have those loot crates that you mentioned earlier to potentially play in and towards.
Well, not really. I mean, they can't get around the high ground, right? They have to wrap south and north off the back of this one. So it's a hard deal for them right now. We'll see how they play it out at least. But again, it's coming off from these high grounds. This would be a lot easier if it wasn't for the fact that there was a bit of a gentleman's agreement going on between Vincere Mortem as well as Boars, because both these teams are going to take shots at everyone coming off the high grounds on the outskirts. This is a very cool circle, by the way. You don't get to see this one too often either, but this spot is just so good for Boars and Vincere Mortem, and it's really a question of how the other teams get in.
That high ground for Ritzy on the western side. I mean, playing as 3, a little bit diminished, but that descent is really their bugbear. And the Boars...
If they can do it, though, great. Absolutely, John.
Will be the headland that they need to crash over. And actually, Evolution this whole time has been working their way further and further north, and this is bad news for Ritzy.
Yeah, Evolution, like you say, they found this. They found a way in. Work this one. Pop the doors off. Sure you can get those angles in. Safix will find Anna from Team Rain. Good shots from Vincere Mortem, just finding these, piecing them together. But an A-lim game from Team Rain. I think they've done very well. Again, I really liked their approach to the Old School situation. The fact that they just play alongside the wall, they have 2 players on the outskirts, makes it very difficult for Old School to win out in the end. They will finally fall, but they get themselves a top 6 off the back of that one. So I like that. I really do like that from Team Rain.
Certainly nothing to sniff at. And Team Rain now in 9th place. They've added a hefty tally to their points total. 7 elims for Ritzy. And similarly, they may have been able to earn enough to earn their crust here in the tournament. But 3 players alive. We'll see what they can do. Nades from Boars over towards Evolution. And with Bobby down, it doesn't look like they're committing for the res here. Maybe leaving Big in the back to go for it. But Twix falls as well. And Ritzy now can start to make their move. Vincere Mortem maybe on the inside, starting to clash. But there's a player going down for Ritzy. Boars have lost 1. And there's the straight up drop down now coming through from Ritzy. They don't want to waste any time getting into position. Still potential to look for that res. If they can get their player back up. No, it did get flushed away. And nobody on 4 players now. It is all scrappy all day.
Magnazada's down, by the way. Not sure what he fell prey to there. Robs is trying to play this one out, but I think he's on the backside. It's so frustrating. I mean, I think he must have got outplayed, surely. I don't know who took him out, but he was meant to be their backstop again. And going down here is rough. A little trigger happy, potentially. Managed to get into the building. potential res off the back of this one. Great news for Robs here. Evolution finding shots over towards Ritzy on that higher ground, assisted by the Kimi from Vincere Mortem. Again, the high ground descent here for the guys over on Ritzy, just impossible. And Vincere Mortem have played this lovely.
Evolution, though, still with 2 players going. Bobby drops down, finds Ragnazada again, and a lot more damage pouring in. Besides, he steps in, he wants more, but it's just a little bit too much. He can't quite chew, and that will be the last player from Balls falling. Vincere Mortem are able to sail on through, and now it's a 1 versus 2. Crispy up on the high ground here on the top of the buildings with the zone closing dead center. Everybody needs to find a little peak, a little bit of damage here and there. Stims are pumping, coming on through for Crispy as well. Keeping yourself nice and healthy. Staying away might just give you the advantage you need to stay alive for that little moment longer. Vincere Mortem step forwards to Kimi with the molly. They found him now. They know where he's playing. He steps on outside, but the burn is there. Has to cross into the open. Needs the challenge now. First steps into the line of fire. What's he doing? He's going to go for the flush. Crispy for Ritzy. Might be able to find it. Hops into the vehicle. Drops down. Only 1 round. Has to swap it out. Goes for the SK-12. The weapon swap's not good enough. And Takimi able to wrestle it back into control. Vincere Mortem with another skin of their teeth. Chicken dinner.
Back-to-back here for Vincere Mortem. Incredible stuff. And again, this felt like a return to form for them because we had this moment last game. There was a fair too many fights, but they made it work towards the end game. Here, I think they took just enough, right? And then they had dominant control over towards those buildings. A really good game from Vincere Mortem. Couldn't ask for more from this team right now. It's just strange the way they played today. I mean, they came out swinging and they slowed it down. They look a lot stronger, a lot better. Suddenly getting back-to-back chicken dinners. Great stuff. Boars do fall prey to the most insane double knock through the smoke with the S12K spray. So I do feel for them, but still, you gotta hand it to Vincere Mortem.
Yeah, that was really well held down on their corner. The fact that Evolution as well opted to move up towards the north did assist in that. Remember, they were playing out on the east side and could potentially have been pushing in from that angle straight in towards Vincere Mortem. So I feel like Evolution's decisions also played into that. And they were playing as 2 for a very, very long time. You could see the survival times here. 16 minutes or so for 2 of their players. So it really was a 2-player effort. And to be able to close that out in that scenario, they kept their head cool, and that's really nice to see. The Boars also not making it into 2nd place. Pretty crazy stuff.
Yeah, I think that they got a lot of points off the back of this one, so I don't think they were too unhappy how things ended out, John. So for Boars today, it's been a very, very consistent one for them. I think it was always going to be difficult to get at that location. Magnazada going down on that other building was tough for them too, where they suddenly have to regroup on that one. They lose the outside man, right? Yeah, great game. Really, really good game from everyone involved.
Head-to-head between Vincere Mortem and Ritzy, who were able to come 2nd in this game. Doing a little bit more on that western side. They were much more active later into that circle. And as you said, that drop down felt impossible. Right at the end, though, it felt very, very doable.
Yes.
Didn't quite have the ammo left to continue that challenge, and the burn really forced the hand of Crispy. But they were able to do quite a lot of damage, and I'm liking what I saw in that game.
Yeah, I think when you look at it, when it comes down to it, right in that end game, AKM versus S12K, that's not an easy feat to pull off, but it's a wonderful Molotov. I think in those situations, what wins you the game there is not pure skill, but it's just the amount of panic factor you can put into the enemy squad. And I think that Molotov really throws him off his game. He gets cover behind the vehicle, which I think was a great option to go for. But in the 1v1, just can't quite finish things out. But yeah, really difficult drop down from Ritzy, but they still get themselves 2nd place. Very, very impressive stuff.
Yeah, very nicely found as well. A decent elimination count and an MVP title off of the match from that game. Coming into first was Crispy for the lack of that final moment clutch. Did do a lot of damage and snaffle away 5 elims as well. The Boars with 2 entries just below that, 4 elims apiece for Robs and Vagnazada.
For Robs and Vagnazada, both doing good work. Again, Vagnazada's a great player. I mean, the amount of damage he's able to do, the amount of limbs he's able to get, fantastic. I'm gonna have to watch these games back because I can't be 100% certain. It's hard for me to call in the moment as well. But he does seem to be playing the one-man angle, right? Which is where you play the hold. If you go down that hold, it's a big detriment to your team. And I'll give him this. It is a hard role to play. It's one of the hardest in the game outside of IGLing. So yeah, I think Wagnerzada's still done great today on the side of Boars. And this is all things that can get worked out over the next coming days anyway.
Fairly even point drop off over the front side of the table here. Vincere Mortem 17, going down to 15, 14, 10. Fairly smooth curve on this. And again, that's those Elim points being scattered around the majority of the lobby. No real standouts on a lot of these matches, but fair few points being earned across the board, except for Kodiak on this one, going down with a lot of zeros on their line, having a real bad time, and allowing Boars the opportunity to jump up and compete with them on that 60-point total.
Yeah, for Kodiak, bad game from them. It comes down to a model, right? There's a very important angle that he held. Going down, it pretty much scuppers the plans of the rest of the squad. So for Kodiak, it all goes downhill from there, right? Epsilon Axe, once again, not a great game here on Miramar. I think the team that did want to talk about was Team Rain, who had this really, really good hold versus Old School. It's a very good setup. It's a stressful setup and a half, but I'm glad that they trusted their guts on that one and just played it out. Look at this, though. 20 from Kodiak is being caught up by Wagnerzada, as well as Takimi here. Currently in third place for the squad, which is interesting, considering he's outclassing Wagnerzada and all but Nox. Yeah, the Nox.
Must be the knockouts. I mean, that's fair, I think. You know, like...
I'm glad we're putting emphasis on Nox. Yeah, Nox are big.
Yeah, but that's they must be like really neck and neck though on those numbers. You're right though, because he is definitely outpacing there. But it's very much a 3-horse race for that top spot on the tables, and it's a 2-horse, well, might be a 3-horse race for the top of these tables too, as Boars and Vincere Mortem both overtake Kodiak, 63 points, neck and neck, first place.
Tied up, absolutely. And again, you can see the consistency they're coming through from Boars in their 26 placement points. That is the biggest thing coming through for them. They are lacking compared to Kodiak and Vincere Mortem in terms of eliminations, but 37 eliminations is nothing to scoff at so far. 45 is a great day from Kodiak, but they are behind by 11 placement points, and those are the things that are going to get you and keep you in the first place.
Absolutely. I mean, the first tiebreaker being those chicken dinners as well is really quite lacking for Kodiak, and on a 12-match set, making up a 2 chicken dinner difference is very, very difficult because every opportunity you have to win, they've got one too. The saving grace is that they are in different groups, so Kodiak will have Group C to prey upon without the Boars lurking around to maybe take those in, as well as Vincere Mortem not being in that group as well. Over on the second page here, we saw Team Rain launch themselves up a little bit further after that last match, after, as you said, that highlighted high ground hold off against Old School on that south side. They did pretty well. Epsilon Axe, though, have not had the best of time on Miramar.
No, but they're not at the bottom, right? They're in 10th place. This is decent from them. We do have a couple of other teams, but again, for free agents, doesn't feel like they're moving all that much. Evolution had a great chance on that last match, just wasn't meant to be. And the Soul Reapers have been a little bit disappointing on the day here, John.
Yeah, they've had a couple of hot drops. They've had a couple of hot drops to deal with at the start of these games. Nasty Bullets similarly, kind of having a bad time of things so far. So the national team at the bottom there, not having the greatest time. Maybe they can still do a little bit more. They got one more match today to prove if they can make it to the top 16 and get through to the next stage. For now, we're going to go to some highlights and get ready for our final map of the day. It's Erangel. We'll see you soon. One more map to play. Erangel is going to be where we find the end of our Group A versus Group B story. And the last match that we'll see with Kodiak, Boars, Vincere Mortem as well, playing in the same lobby until, most likely, we see them in the finals coming through later on, right? So we are waiting to see if they can progress to that stage of the tournament. Most likely they will, but this is the last time we're going to see them go head to head. So the last chance to maybe take one another on. We'll have to wait and see if they go for it.
Yeah, we'll see who ends up in first place, because this all could change. I mean, it is a 3-horse race, let's put it that way. I mean, put it bluntly, there can only be 3 teams that get into first place after this match. But Kodiak still has a big chance here. They're not that far behind from Vincere Mortem or Boars. It just depends if Boars are able to get the 3rd chicken dinner of the day, or Vincere Mortem's able to get the 3-piece. We'll see. We'll see. It would be cool to see a back-to-back-to-back. If it's possible for Vincere Mortem, I think it really is. I think that they've nailed their playstyle towards the end of the day now. For some of our other teams, this is also a big opportunity to figure out how to play against these big squads in the lobby, right?
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of information to be gathered in this game from some players with some real pedigree, some history in the esports scene for PUBG Mobile. And I think that is almost, for a lot of teams, going to be more valuable. Maybe not this season, but into future seasons, to be able to have the ability to sort of benefit from that. You're right, that practice is more important. And it's why we talk about even sort of the other way around, right? For some of the better teams in this region, if they're able to go to a more global stage, that is then invaluable practice for them to be able to bring back to the region for next season, and then potentially to have a better impact on the global stage next season if they're not able to go the full distance this time around. So I think it's very easy to take this sort of one season view of esports, but there are legacies here, and there are things that you build over the years, and it's why that you have old dogs still teaching people new tricks, you know, coming through. And filling out the ranks of these rosters, and I love to see it. You know, PUBG Mobile's been going for what is it? What are we up to now for esports? Goodness me, it's over 5 years, 6 or 7 years. Yeah,
I'm not gonna say that either. I'll echo that sentiment, but I think overall, there is definitely still players here who can hang with the best, who have been around for a long time, and trying to make their way back up towards the international scene. Because I think we definitely had a bit of a shake-up over the last couple of years. I think it's one of the biggest shake-ups since we had like BTR sort of breaking up, right? You have a lot of the players like moving away. Suddenly a lot of the big teams start to break up as well, and you get like fragmented squads of some of the best players in the world now, all on separate teams. I think Alpha 7's probably the one and only like long-standing teams now that have had great success, and I hope that they continue to do so. I hope that that's not a team that you get your big win and then they fall off. I really hope that's not the case, because that's a fantastic team. But again, we have these moments where teams are rebuilding, reforming. I think Boars is a great example. Snowick's completely underrated player, massively underrated player in my opinion. I think the guy's got a huge amount of potential. Yeah, maybe he never like performed to like the highest level on the stage, but I always think that he was benched, or he was like a side pick, right? I don't think he got enough experience on the main stage. Now that he's playing on Boars, I think that guy can flourish in a big way.
Well, I hope so. I mean, as you say, he was riding the bench quite a lot when he was playing with the Falcons roster, and before that, the Enigma Galaxy roster. Sort of very much the same roster overall. Yeah, sort of got sidelined a little bit. So hopefully this is his chance to prove that he is not a bench warmer. He has got more life in him, but it's all about top 16 now. The Boars seem to be a shoo-in. Who else is going to join them? Match 6, our final match for our Group A and B combo. Let's see how it's going to go. The playing path fairly south again.
Oh
Blank.
my god, this is the worst playing path we have seen today. Likely a Sosnovka circle on this one, honestly, with where the playing path currently is. I think teams probably will start landing down there just in case. Other than that, maybe up towards Pachinki Mansion, Gatka potentially on this circle. But we'll see what happens with this one. Again, really horrible playing path. Very difficult to get towards that north side of the map. And again, the reason why this is so disgusting is because you're sort of forced to playing Sosnovka. And if you want to head towards the main island, you may most likely going to have to contest with some other teams on this one.
See who you're going to come up against as well. It's a pretty tricky area to fight off depending on who you're going for, but the Boars, of course, they like Novo. That's where they went in the first Erangel. The North plane path wasn't available for them to go there again, but this time around they will keep that one going. Looks like two teams going to be dropping down towards the south. Team Demon and Nasty Bullets playing on the military base. Maybe a little bit further west for Nasty Bullets, so keeping out of dodge for the time being, and they definitely need to. They definitely need to up their point earning potential. But again, a huge north circle.
I am surprised by that. Yeah, I'm very, very surprised by that. The fact that the circle heads so far over towards that northern side. Shooting range, in play, Rozok in play. But this is hard for a lot of teams to get towards, man. Very, very, very difficult. So again, we do have this hot drop happening over towards God's Reborn. That's what Europa in this area too. So it's a bit of a weird one to start off with. Again, you sort of do want Pachinki on this. You love to be able to send out early to get towards box compound, play over towards shooting range. In the meantime, Boars opt to play down towards Nova Repnoya. They don't face off against Kodiak in Yasnaya. I think the Nova Repnoya choice is probably the better one here.
Trying to keep themselves a little bit safer. Kodiak lighten up the goodie van, making it drop its coveted wares out the back. You see those crates going to be taken up gratefully out the Yasnaya exit for Kodiak, and earning themselves some nice little bits of loot there. And especially on a northern circle, getting that huge drop at the early onset of the game means that they can move a little bit quicker. Means that they can move faster on that northern side of the map. Potentially get there before everyone else.
Yeah, which is super useful for you. Well, we'll find Vincere. Shum goes down. And Shum's been a big player on Vincere Mortem. So him going out is a big deal for that team, and likely not going to be the 3P on this one. They may even lose their second place standing of this game. If Kodiak has a strong one off the back of this one, which they likely will start against Yasnaya. They have a huge amount of space to work with on this side of the map. Boars on the other hand as well. Starting it's a good spot. A lot of loot forwarded to you, but it's a long march into the circle.
Absolutely. Quite a way to go. The Pachinki hot drop continues. We saw it go down to one player. The only one player to be able to get out of there, Allende from SWAT Europa in our last Erangel. Yeah, pretty tough time of things as well. They will be in this first zone, but right on the edge. And it starts to close. GR wanting to look a little bit stronger on this one as they move forwards. Nasty Bullets. Uh-oh. Does manage to sidestep the buggy, though. So that onslaught will not pay off. Just this time around, though. Likely going to be able to pick up the point. And there it goes. The second one does connect.
Quite like where Team Rain's been able to get to. In fact, they've been able to get towards Saverny off the back of that plane pass. Quite impressive. Surprising, almost. Starting in Saverny, good spot to be in, especially with this circle as well. There's a lot of water on that northern side, which, you know, you'd expect a northern leaning circle off the back of this one, but time will have to tell on that. Rozok still has the potential to be in this. The rest of Vincere, they're wrapping Georgia Pole past Everest. It's really looking at that. He's Sook. He's back at it again, but it's Andy boy. Instead, trying to take the doors off or at least get some shots behind, but no one's there. Yeah, blue's gone.
Bit of target practice. Getting locked in with the explosive bow there. Not going to be able to connect, as you said. A nice opener comes through from SWAT Europa to find the first pickoff onto Kashi, who actually was the player who gave them so much trouble in the final moments of their fight in towards Pachinki last time around. So able to find that one early. Find a second as well. Oscuro darting from rooftop to rooftop. I'm looking to try and find a little bit more. 2 players remain as GR have got a very big split here. The only player on site for this face will be XYZ. He's going to be potentially in hand of it if Oscuro just runs in like that, but I think he knows which building they're sat in.
Yeah, I mean, you got the Micro Uzi in hand as well. It's a likely win off the back of that one. Here's the shots coming through. The rest of the team's looking to send it in. It's a nice off angle from Eclipse. who will set the eclipse on Gods Reborn's day with only blue left remaining, who has been sort of a footnote in this engagement, off on the sidelines, not really doing all that much at all. So for SWAT Europa, good start over towards Pachinki. Again, this hot drop is definitely not what they want to see. I don't think they'd want this to continue either. Really delays their initial run out, and Pachinki is basically known for that. That's why you pick up this spot, is so you can get looted really quickly and get into a better spot on the map really quickly.
We'll forward a vehicle there, though, for SWAT Europa. To be fair, they kind of did win the middle Erangel as well, right? As we see them roll up, actually roll past the last player standing for GR, but it was a crazy sort of 1v3 in a building that brought them down to one player left. So that was fairly unfortunate. Uh-oh, into the rock you go, and now you're playing on one. Potential third party on a full surround. TBSS need to try and capitalize here, and they do just that. Ronin with the first. Finds that flush over towards Oscuro, and SWAT Europa pleased with themselves for getting out Pachinki like they did. Unfortunately, they did not quite have their wits about them, and TBSS looking to try and capitalize. Has he got explosive bow rounds? He might just be able to find an opening, but look at this holdout for TBSS. They fully surround it, and there's a chokehold right now. No real way of getting through this. There is an answer. One player sent back, but a nade from Kabir might be all it's going to take to find the final player. Eclipse needs to try and get it, but it's not going to happen. Ronin shuts us down for another one.
I do think that having the MG3 that early in the game is a little bit criminal. No, I mean, 7 minutes MG3 is wild. In the meantime, Kodiak's rocking past free agents, getting some good shots in, switching from seat to seat off the back of this, having a bad time on it. Finding one a limb off this one as they crossed from Rozhok earlier. They were in Yasnaya. Managed to get into this one. Skaz does find Frizio though, which is not great news for Kodiak, especially on their point scoring. Again, another player down early into the match, it seems, for Kodiak.
There's the flush coming on through, so they're playing on a 3. How much further can they go? Alex does fall prey to the slow roll up. 20 out the back there with the seat swapper. Takes down Alex on the high ground, and fairly isolated as well for Kodiak. They're already in this next circle. They need to start establishing ground as well as thinking about this fight. You can see teams are going to start to push in around them as well. So for free agent, they're trying to cling on, but Kodiak, they need to be thinking about the next stage, and that's exactly what they do. They move further west, over towards some buildings, try and play around these ridge lines, set up a more defensible position, trying to go for the rear axle clothesline, but 20 is able to keep it together, but they've lost 2 players blank, losing Winnie in the process as well, leaves just Momodal and 20 left standing.
I mean, his head definitely got grazed by that buggy. I think that's kind of criminal that he doesn't go down to that. I think as free agents, I'd be kind of annoyed that he just turns around, DBS's me. But it's also impressive that Kodiak lives here, considering they were fighting against free agents and then got third party by Epsilon Axe. 20 is kind of a gamer. He is kind of cracked. And they do just run away from this one easy peasy. Yeah, down 2 players off the back of this one. They do get 5 points, which puts them ahead now of Boars.
But only just. And the Boars are all still alive. Playing on the south side, they do have a little bit of a journey to go. So potential difficulty ahead for them. Vincere Mortem as well have actually managed to get to the north side. They're playing as 3 and only 2 points behind this tiebreaker right now. So it is very much neck and neck at the top of the tables. There is a clear 3-way fight for this first place spot, especially after SWAT Europa have gone down right in that 4th place. So a real big gap to try and leapfrog up if you want to get into the conversation for first place. No one really poised to take that.
Well, just, yeah, Boars are still looking for a position. Again, they came in very late. We talked about earlier on in the game where they started another Apnoia. So they've taken some time. They got towards that south side of school. A little bit of flashbacks to earlier on when it was a really tough finish for them on the first game of the day versus Kodiak. Luckily for them, they're down to 2 players now. But it's in between Rozhok River. I'm not sure whether it's ending on the north side. Most teams looking to center up down towards the south at least. Try and pick up some positions. Pick up some of the compounds that sit around this area.
Yeah, Yeah, it's a really even split between the two sides of this river right now. I don't think there is a correct choice. It just depends on what is best for you in that moment. Holding out around Boatyard, I feel, for Old School might prove to play quite well. Have to wait and see. They have a very central position on this map with potentially some high ground to play around as well, depending on exactly where they put their feet. Golden Guardians as well, with the warehouse that they occupy. A pretty stalwart position to guard from teams moving in from the north, and might be needed now. Shrinking down to maybe, what is that, like a 10-15% chance that it goes north of the river on the next shift.
Yeah, it's still very unlikely, right? I feel like this is feeling more and more like a Rozhok finish, or at least in between Boars and Rozhok. If we went north on this one, I'd be very surprised on stage 4. Does mean that now you've got Vincere, Mortem, need to figure things out. They're being chased down by Evolution, by the way. He's just running Dakimi down. You got Twix as well as Bobby looking at that, but the rest of the reinforcements are coming through. Goes Reborn, it's Blue. He's trying to get out of here, trying to live for a little bit longer on the final match of the day. Always difficult, the final match of the day. You've played 6 matches total, and this 6th match is always a brutal one to play out.
Yeah, it is not friendly. Seemingly surviving for a little bit longer, though, for Blue. Sailing across the open ground. Not the easiest of tasks, so fairly solid to be able to pick that one up. Nicely done. But not, again, expecting too much. However, it is a team that's coming out of Pachinki with 1 player alive, having potentially a deep run into the game with a central position on the circle already. So, you never know, as we saw in our middle Erangel of the day. But he's got quite a way to go. Ritzy on the north side of the circle, guarding out against Evolution. They do have full oversight onto this rotate. Crispy not going to take shots just yet, waiting for player to expose, and immediately tags 2, gets backed off the rooftop, but does send a little bit of a shiver down the spine for Evolution.
The nice initial spray, honestly. Kind of loses him a little bit towards the end of it, but overall, nice spray from him. Sadly, won't pick up the knock off the back. Bobby, Twix, again on the way. There's been a lot of movement coming through from Evolution. They just cannot catch a break here. Looks like they're going to go for an Eastern wrap on this one. Fair enough. It's a little bit early, to be honest with you, on the circle, right? I mean, you're playing north side. You may as well continue to play there until the circle shifts. So it's a slightly early rollout. You can see most of the teams are just holding their ground right now. There's no reason to move.
Don't need to fully commit just yet. But maybe on that north side, it's going to be just a waiting game. See who's going to try and move first, try and extract points from the opponents who do make that decision early. As our next circle will display, as our counter says, in 15 seconds. A real lack of players on the western side. I mean, Old School, they've been left alone right now, Blank. No one stepping close to them. That bridge, to be fair, really nasty to try and cross. And Boatyards, maybe not the sort of place that people want to try and go, but everyone is going to have to go towards Rozhok now, and it does keep a fair chunk of that north side in.
Yeah, again, it's a weird one, right? Where, you know, you see Evolution make this... They just pre-fire the move, right? I don't think there was much reason to. They could have easily played the Wizard Tower that sits on the northeast side of Rozhok and just had a free game into top 8 off the back of this. I think Vincere Esports was the only really one that made sense where they saw Evolution move. They were like, we're going to try and backfill over towards Ritzy, which obviously now has not worked out in their favor. Epsilon Axe will find the model as well from Kodiak, leaving just 1 player. Up now for Kodiak in 20. And that's Vincere Mortem out. 63 points is where they'll end their day. It's not a bad result at all.
I mean, over a 10-point average, right? That is exactly the sort of place you want to be going into your second day. A beautiful metric to be able to hold. Kodiak, though, they're 2 players alive. Do manage to get the res off just about. Teams are starting to take a ton of damage. There's Evolution looking to be cut down in half. They're now down to 2 players as well. So playing in the thick of it on the south side could be very, very difficult moving forwards. You still have the solo survivor as well from Pachinki. Never forget about him. He's going to try and stay here as long as possible. Blue keeping things together as Evolution do finally die out.
Again, it's a weird rotate. Not one we expected to see there. I think they'll watch this game back and realize where they went wrong on that one. Again, if you're playing on the northern side, there's not likely going to be a lot of teams there. You have to make the gamble at that point. And in this instance, they would have won the gamble. Playing on the east, they could have played Wizard Tower quite easily, lived out for a lot longer. So it's a bit of an interesting one from them. And then only to just full send into Rozhok. Yeah, it's sixth game madness, right? This is what happens.
Yeah, there's a little bit of delirium on set coming through. Getting even more crazy, if you can believe it. A nice nade responding, coming over the top line there. Rain now down to 3 players, potentially under a lot of threat from Ritzy as the nades continue to roll over the top of the hill. They are trying to blitz this one out, but a wide flex out spotted by Bully may slow them down on their roll. A second player falls, though, on side, and there's really not too much of an answer to be found at all. The first flush comes through, Anna goes down, and Mihai yet to be picked back up. Bully now under a lot of pressure to try and keep things going. Meanwhile, further south flank, TBSS with 3 players trying to keep themselves going on the inside of Rozhok as players crash straight into the city.
I mean, TBSS, that MG3 sort of carried them through the early game towards the mid now. Mihai down, Mitza, final player alive. Bully was kind of slick with it there. He was taking fights on all fronts, but sadly not meant to be in the end. Golden Guardians, though, lovely spot on the north side of Rozhok right now. They control so much of the critical space on the map. And with 4 players, they have the pick of the litter when the circle does go their way, if it does go their way. Ritzy will find Bully, leaving Team Rain now just on that final player, I believe, in Mitza.
Yeah, just the one left now. Unfortunate stuff.
It's a wild circle.
It is kind of crazy. The fact that it's got a little bit more terrain out towards the north side. I mean, Rain is under the bridge right now, and that is in the circle. I think it's a pretty solid survival position for this exact circle as well, because so many teams are caught up in and around Rozhok. It just depends on where Ritzy want to try and play. If they go towards the coast, he should be done for, right? Mitza should be absolutely out of there, but if not, there's potential. There's potential to survive quite deep into this one, as Old School try and move in on the north side. And actually, the first tickle over towards Boars, but there is an answer almost immediately, and find it twofold sent back their way. Shotguns around the side, coming on through. Vorpreet can't quite connect either, and 3 of their players fall. The Boars overwhelm Old School, and they try and keep themselves all tacked together. The reses should be coming through now. No real contest.
Nasty Bullets might have sightlines, but some good smoke sent down. I think for Boars, that's an odd fight for them, right? I think that's an odd fight. I don't think they expect Old School to send that far forward so quickly. Oh, man. Atomic actually finds Robs there. That is really unfortunate for Boars. I felt like they were going to get him up off the back of that one. Now they need to push over towards Nasty Bullets on side. I think the knock did go through, so they could try and just full send it.
Might be the time. Atom needing to regroup. The res does come through, but they're not full force just yet. And Boars are at the door, over the top of the ridgeline, not connecting though. And that is a great opener as TBSS actually chiming in for the assist down from below in towards Rozhok. Looking for that flush, looking to try and keep this one going. Snowick's taking a lot of damage. Back to Zada as well.
Great.
TBSS playing the defense for Nasty Bullets on that south side.
Ooh, it's an airburst, but it's too short. I mean, well played to Wagner. Tried to get on that top side. I think it was a very, very good play coming through from Boars. I don't think they had too many options. It just goes a little bit awry with TBSS having the off angle and spotting it all go down. It's one of those Hail Mary moments, right, from Boars that they have to go for. They have no other choice. Nasty Bullets, though. That one little shot from Atomic from the sidelines over towards Boars, I think that kind of secures them this engagement. It's a really good pickup. Very, very aware of their surroundings.
Yeah, TBSS with, beg your pardon, with that big assist from the northern side as well, keeping them nice and tucked away. Last player trying to survive around the edge. Boars actually getting rolled up on now by Nasty Bullets, but a tougher order than maybe they were thinking. Ragnazada with the chance now in a 1 versus 1. They're going to go for the res. I don't think you can go for it, but he's allowed him up to the tree into shotgun range now. The pump action not quite good enough. Doesn't have the reach necessary. And nasty bullets outlast the boars, but the boars are now in the top spot. However, Kodiak still alive, and on the north side of Rozhok, they're not going anywhere anytime soon, Blank.
No. Great. I think it's a good redemption game from Ragnazada. I think he plays this game really well. All the way up until that end game there. I think he took some forced engages, which he had to go for, right? But I think he played them all decently. Both those fights uphill into targets. You've got an off angle on you as well. It's the best they can do with a bad situation. But for boars, I think today's been good. I do think today's been very, very good from them. Very consistent overall. It's a tough approach to them in Nova Moya. Again, this is a horrible playing path to start off with. I do think that Kodiak takes the little bit more of the dangerous choice of going up towards Yasnaya, but it absolutely does pay off.
In this instance, it certainly has. Survival, the name of the game for them. Ritzy have managed to transition 3 of their players across. They did get rid of the last player from Rain, so no worry there. And the longer this goes on, the more likely it is that they can spread out towards the east side, have a lot of control over a fair chunk of this circle. You see they're a little bit close towards the edge. They've left one of their players towards a backstop still on that northern side, just to slow anyone trying to creep their way up that coastline to try and assault from underneath the bridge, but that position's going to have to move fairly soon, and they have to regroup onto it.
Wow.
Nasty bullets go down, a massive, fast volley chiming in from pretty much everyone who had an angle on that one, and the nasty bullets will fall down. They are locked in at 16th place on the day. The Soul Reaper, probably soon to follow, but they've managed to get themselves up off that last place. They're in 15th. Wow, what a turn up for them.
The model's getting some great shots off. 20 sadly is down, and they're going to drop the smoke here to try and get across. We'll see if anyone has a sight line over towards this one. There's a good smoke train. Sadly, time is running out here for 20, and the model has to get a move on. We'll see if anyone can take those shots through the smoke. Good tags! Really good tags from the boys on Epsilon Axe, and luckily, Crispy does find the finishing shot. Wow, those are really good predicts as well as he runs out.
Ritzy in a really solid spot here. I think it's Ritzy versus Golden Guardians for my money on this one. I kind of like the flexibility that Ritzy have on their location outside. They're much less crammed in than Golden Guardians. It just depends on how much of a fight these teams can put up. But remember, GR are still alive with their solo player from Pachinki. Blue is still in the running.
There's been a lot of big solo games today from quite a few of our players, just living it out far towards the end game. Good shots from Aim God. Very lucky to survive there. I think he lives with a single tick of healing coming through from the stims mid-engagement. But he's definitely living up to the name this match. Some very, very good shots from him during this one. But you're right, it's probably up towards Golden Guardians as well as Ritzy. Ritzy have a lot more space to work around, though. It really depends on this next circle where Stage 7 actually ends up. Heads back down towards Rozhok. Golden Guardians have a super good chance on their hands.
Absolutely. A big chance, but they still need to sweep through, and they've still got TBSS to deal with. Not an easy push by any stretch. And remember, there's that sneaky little solo who could absolutely step up, take one of them down, and that is immediately a massive amount of wind out the sail as they try and make their way through. Now, there is a big challenge for the teams towards the south. They have to move back up north, and I mean, this is Ritzy's game, right? They're on 11 elims already, Blank. They could be on track for a pretty solid result. Close us down with another monumental game.
Yeah, it's a bit of a banger right now coming through from Ritzy. Looking to put a 12th on the cards here as Sharpsters go down to a knock as they attempt to move their way across. I mean, for Epsilon Axe, this is a tough run out, right? They need all the smokes they can get here to get themselves across. And Sky has to be that backstop to try and take shots, but everyone on Ritzy so far has just had his number every time he tries to peek the same window.
It's nasty stuff. Next circle. I mean, fairly soon. The cross does manage to come through for Epsilon Axe, and they've managed to regroup onto their knocked player. BSS also taking damage from the last player from the Demon team. They're not an easy push coming on through. Certainly true. Blue needs to make a dash out now, needs to get across, but we'll just go down to the play zone. In the meantime, Golden Guardians still holding their nerve. Their sweep on the south side did just get a whole lot easier, though, Blank. With a lot of the players going down, Epsilon Axe kind of the major threat on this south side. Mustang as well could prove to be a nuisance.
It's just so hard for Epsilon Axe to make these moves. I mean, they're doing a good job with the smokes they've got in hand. There is a shot back over towards Ritzy here. Scythe will have to cross the water, but the amount of times that poor Epsilon Axe has taken shots from Scythe, they should have a good idea of where he's playing. They get very lucky on this shift on the circle. It gives Ritzy a whole ton of space to play around with right now.
Definitely a little bit more freedom than most, as now 3 teams remain. Fairly healthy. 2 penned in Rozhok, 1 with a little bit more flexibility on the coastline. Where's this circle going to take us, Blank? I think that's going to be the major deciding factor here for Ritzy. Are they going to be able to keep up the pace with the 11 eliminations they've already found? They could put themselves up in and amongst maybe even the top 3 here. Not a clear answer, but I think it's certainly a negative shift for one of our teams. Epsilon Axe having a real rough shift off that one. They're going to have to make their move, and both of these 2 teams are just going to light them up as soon as they try and do so.
Curious to see how Golden Guardians plays out this end game. That's a lot of smokes going to be needed for them. Scythe will need to make a cross soon. Crispy is on the way across, but big third-party potential here for them. Golden Guardians didn't really expect this push-up, though, coming from Epsilon Axe, it seems. Finally, they have the wherewithal to look this way, but they've allowed them directly in towards this building. Sure, it's a little bit on the outside of the blue here, but big chance to take position off of guys on Golden Guardians. Ritzy claims so much space on this game. So many eliminations so far. They find Timer. Sharps goes down as well. Epsilon Axe just down to Skylo.
Yeah, no real route in here. I mean, sure, they do manage to get 1 through, and this may be a question of survival and just try and stay alive for as long as possible. The Golden Guardians seemingly want to swell through this one and play a 2-2 on this angle. With Ritzy having the potential to sweep on in, they don't want to be hemmed in. They don't want to stay all together. They know exactly where this guy is. Skylo shouldn't be too much longer for it. The Golden Guardians do pick up another flush. More points taken away as well from Ritzy on that northern side, so potentially important. Player 1 does manage to get across. But the Golden Guardians take a knock over towards Hoxie, and that is going to be pretty nasty stuff. Now they're playing on us 3, and no real chance to get that res.
Really, Ritz just moved further up here, and that's a shot from behind from Scythe, who gets the little side angle. Our Golden Guardians down to 3, playing uphill into Ritz, who have all the angles in the world to work with. This should be a clean finish for Ritzy, barring some mistakes.
The zone is closing as well fully. It's all about who has center right now, and Golden Guardians just don't have the maneuverability. And this is what we talk about with playing in towards these settlements, towards these compounds, right? You're just so hemmed in when it comes to these final circles. It's gone well for them. They're in 2nd place. They've got 4 elims locked in already. This is a good game for Golden Guardians, but is it going to be enough to be able to take them all the way? Being allowed up into this ridgeline, maybe more than you would expect, but the off angle is now dispatched. They're playing 2 on the same angle, and Scythe can start to maneuver in towards the tree line, looking for more players on the angle, but the high ground is also something that they need to be worried about. The immediate swing on over. There is a 1-for-1 trade, but that's not going to work when you don't have the numbers. It's a shutdown coming on through for Ritzy. They're able to add to their tally and put themselves in amongst the big dogs.
GG's right there for the day. Done and dusted now with Ritzy picking up the final game of the day with 16 eliminations and a whopping almost 3k damage here on Erangel. Really, really good stuff from them. And a bit of a salvage game towards the middle of the pack. I think that sets them up towards at least the top 6 here, but we'll find out as we're going to go in towards our overall rankings shortly. Yeah, at the end of the day. But yeah, lovely, lovely day overall for a lot of our teams. I mean, Kodiak, Balls, as well as Vincere Mortem, definitely a bit of the standouts. And now this explosive performance from Ritzy with a couple of other good games on the day, like our previous Miramar, where they just couldn't quite get through the drop, but almost still clutched out. versus Vincere Mortem. Really good stuff.
Yeah, really, really solid, as you say. And I mean, you mentioned Vincere Mortem. They've also had their ups and downs, showing some weaknesses, some really solid performances coming through as well, which, you know, it's bolstering. I think that we're very likely going to see them as a contender moving in towards those top spots and potentially for a full PMGO qualification spot as well later in the year. So we'll have to wait and see if they're able to make it all the way. But it's almost certain that we're going to be seeing them moving into the top 16, which is what a lot of these teams in this stage will be worried about, which is why having a 10-point game, total elims 9 for TBSS, that is a good result coming on through for them on this match, given where they're playing in the standings, given how they're sat right now.
I mean, 9 elims right now for TBSS. I mean, starting with that MG3 was really the big game change for the start there, where they got a lot of momentum off the back of that. Is our match MVP in Crispy with 5 elims on the cards, almost in the 1k club with 944 damage total. But yeah, overall, good game from him. I think Scythe actually was probably my MVP of the game. I think he held down very well on that coastal side of the northeast. And the fact that he didn't go down once and was just very reliable for the squad, managed to get across the road. Yeah, good stuff from him.
Absolutely. Very nice to see. And that will be his top player performance. But yeah, right next to him, you're right. It seems actually fairly even. And the 6 knockouts, I mean, make up your mind. Which one is it supposed to be? Is it knockouts? Is it damage? Is it elims? What's going on? 6 knockouts for Scythe compared to 3 for Crispy. And the damage difference, fairly negligible in my mind. So I think I'll agree with you. We could swap those 2 around.
Yeah, probably. The match rankings here, this is where we end it. 26 points total for Ritzy, TBSS with 11. Golden Guardian picked themselves up 10. I think Golden Guardians had some really good moments entering towards the end game. Not quite figuring out yet. I think there was a moment where they could have maybe tried to play in towards Ritzy, try to get towards underneath the bridge. But again, that's a really tall order from them. So I think they play this game about as best as they can. The fact they kept shifting towards the northeast side is very unusual in this kind of circle. Epsilon Axe do a little bit better on this Erangel. And Team Demon consistently towards the top of the tables. For Boars, a 4-point. For Vincere Mortem, I think it's a 0-point game. And for Kodiak, they got 8 points on that one. Little bit out of the norm for them, but 20 firmly towards the top still from Kodiak with 3.7k damage on the day. Very good stuff.
I think it's interesting talking about Golden Guardians potentially a little bit more. I think today, you're right, they've had some pretty solid decisions, but I feel like they're being timid in locations where they shouldn't be, and more often than perhaps it benefits them, right? There's been so many times where, I mean, Kodiak, right, twice have just moved into the position and Golden Guardians like, yeah, cool, you guys have that. We're not going to even sort of challenge that too much at all. I feel like maybe they just need to get a little bit more of an ego, if that makes sense, to try and jump up towards the top side of the tables, because they are in 7th place right now. But Ritzy on 63 points, neck and neck with Vincere Mortem, 6 points behind Kodiak. That is how you jump up the tables, Blank.
That it is. 69 points towards the top. Only 16 placement points as well. They are massively carried by their eliminations, and God, they have been good at it today. 53 total. Fantastic stuff. SWAT Europa as well in 5th place. That is a lovely little mention from them there. Some really cool games with SWAT Europa. I think they need a little bit more than survival games tomorrow. Nail-biting survival games tomorrow. I'd like to see some confident wins from SWAT Europa, but still, real stalwart day from them today.
Absolutely. And of course, it's the battle of the millennials versus Gen Z, with the 6-9 versus 6-7 scoreline at the top of the tables. And Kodiak not even having a chicken dinner at the top of the table. So they have really had a massive elim match. Of course, big results on the early game, right? Their first 2 were pretty huge. So good stuff to keep that top of the tables, and some very hefty points totals. As we take a look at our second side of the tables as well, some less solid results. I think it's kind of expected right now. I think that the team that I'm gonna preempt you, and I feel like Free Agents is the team that I think you might say would be able to jump up towards the top side of those tables.
I don't know. I mean, honestly, for free agents, I don't think they have the chops on them to get towards the top of the tables. What I will say is that free agents today look good, right? In terms of how they're playing, the macro is good, but that's not going to carry you alone. But it does show they've done a lot of homework, and I think that's really admirable. But they need some big improvements on the mechanical over the next couple of days.
Yeah, it's something that hopefully they can improve upon, and that's kind of what it's all about, right? Keeping those things going. We're going to go for a short highlight. After that, we'll close down the day, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. We'll see you in a few minutes. Well, our day is done, but there are still two more to play. That is Group A and Group B facing off in day one. And they've had a very aggressive start to this tournament. I think it's safe to say, Blank. That's really what we've seen.
Yeah, it's been really just back-to-back banger games in terms of the amount of fights that have been taken. It's been really, really fun overall. But yeah, maybe a little bit less aggression tomorrow. I think Kodiak's going to kind of just ruin the lobby tomorrow, though. That's my prediction.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at what we're going to be seeing for tomorrow. Of course, today we saw the rotation coming through for 6 maps, 1 Rondo, 24 points for Boars, 2 chicken dinners for 2 of our teams, Boars and Vincere Mortem, both being able to find it. And frankly, it was nearly 2 chicken dinners coming through from Ritzy, who was able to close out on the final match, but not quite on Miramar, coming second place there and actually taking a title towards the top. A good result coming on through. That is the end of our first day with Group A and B finishing their go at each other. And now we'll see the divergence coming through from Boars and from Kodiak. So maybe a little bit more of an opportunity to close things down. But we're going to close this desk down. Thank you so much for watching. It has been a great day one. Tune in tomorrow, same time, for the continuation of what we're going to be seeing. Maybe it's going to be just as aggressive, or maybe they're going to think a little bit more before they launch into the fray. My name is John. With me has been Blank. It is a pleasure as always. We'll see you guys tomorrow.